I just realized I had the same sweater on as yesterday. I should go change it. I'll bring it back. I just realized I never changed it. I grabbed the same sweater. I'll bring it back. Dude, I literally just like didn't even realize I grabbed the same sweater. That's funny. You smelly boy. Wait, what? How am I smelly? What's up, Dzu? I saw the pupper, German Shepherd, adorable. Even pre-bath. But I also have the same sweater. Nah, it's best that I don't wear the same sweater. So people are gonna make assumptions that I don't like clean my clothes or some shit. But I love this sweater, so I'm happy. This is the fade one. I love it. I don't know why. It's a very satisfying sweater for me to wear. Or like, I guess long sleeve, not sweater, but I love this one. Who cares what people think? I'm a content creator. I kind of have to care what people think. Same sweater, basement, questions building. Rival, stop. Stop all your questions right now. How's it going? Good morning. Okay. I love how everybody in here is like, I never wear the same sweater 2 days in a row. Mabel, should I aim for the recoilless rifle on Ball Titans? Where should I aim? Head. Head for the Ball Titan. It's kind of like the forehead for the Charger. And Impaler, it's like the top of like that, of the lighter part before it goes to like the dark black, you know, armored body. Right, top of the forehead, I call it, on the Impaler. So basically, forehead, mouth. Right, Ball Titan mouth. Charger forehead. It's kind of like the horn. You have more than one sweater? I do. Do you wash your sweaters after 1 day of wearing though? No. I usually like wear them maybe 2-3 times and then I wash them. Yeah, I mean washing your sweater every single time you wear it, that's just, you're just wearing it, the sweater, you know what I mean? Shirts? Yeah, sure. I'll wear them like once and then it also depends like what I'm doing and how much I sweat, you know? You can, your clothes are gonna wear out so much faster. Use a spray. Oh, that's fair. Yeah. But I mean, I don't sweat very much because I'm a gamer. And I don't really play PvP games, so I'm pretty relaxed. You don't need to wash them. Putting them back in the wardrobe resets it. That's basically what I did, But I grabbed the same sweater for some reason today. I normally don't do that. I'm usually pretty good about, I'm going to grab a different sweater. I think I'm going to wear this one. For some reason, I just grabbed the Sega one again. I don't know why. I just kind of like that sweater. It's comfy as fuck. Doc! What up, dude? Good to see you showing off the variety of sweaters. I love sweaters. Sweaters are awesome. I'm a long sleeve kind of guy. It's just comfy, you know? It's just comfy and cozy. Nice! So we actually got the first liberation. I love to see that. Crimsica's paused, but is it enough time? Yes! Oh my god. Crimsica Pog champion. We'll just let that tick over and die, but dude. Look at the homies doing the work. Good job, Helldivers. How hot is it over there now? Like in Canada? It's currently -1 outside. Today was very horrible. Wait, why was it horrible, buddy? You okay? You and the family okay? Sweaters, jackets, jeans, depending on how much they've worn. Yeah, a few times before you wash? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it obviously depends on, like, the factors of, like, what you're doing in the jeans and so on and so forth, right? But, like, underwear? Yeah, underwear once, socks once. I take it the factory response is over. It should be over. I'm pretty sure it's over. So, Trindle, don't worry about it, my dude. Dude, I want to get a screenshot, but what is this? This is just... I want to get a screenshot of Crimsica, but it's like, this is insane. How do I take a screenshot of that? But are you still eating factory? Yeah, well, today I have chicken pot pie. So, it's a Costco chicken pot pie. Oh, Haru, I get how I'm supposed to take a screenshot. No, I get that. Don't worry. But it's like, that's a huge fucking screen. That's like too big. I think I'll like cut off some of it. I'll just accept it. Because there's like a size limit on YouTube. You can only have a screenshot so big. It's 2 megabytes. So if I go too big, it fucks you up. So that's a little awkward. We'll keep that going. I don't actually know if it's 100% done, but yeah, it's fun. Don't stop me now. Hey, Pixinator. Happy Thursday? Happy Thursday. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Just gotta take some time to settle her in. Yeah. Hope she has a good time. Just couldn't get anything done and had someone cancel plans on me. Just overall, like, one frustrating thing after another. Oh, I'm sorry, Doc. Fucking sucks. You streaming all the way through Easter, or you got other plans? I'm streaming all the way through Easter. I don't really take time off, even though I probably should take a little bit of time off. I don't really take time off.
لا ما يتغير ويتغير هو يتغير ويتغير ويتغير.
What is that man saying?
لا دقيقة انت لبشة انت لبشة وهذول داخلين معايا.
It doesn't sound English.
اصبري بدخل مجموعتي عشان لا يسمع صوتي.
I don't know what language that is. I don't know what language that is. Any knowers? Is that French? Yeah, that didn't sound French to me, man. That did not sound French to me. Don't stop me now.
Destructor aliado uniéndose al escuadrón, desplegando helldivers.
Para su salvación. Que nada te interponga a la libertad. Solicitando un arma de apoyo.
That helmet's dope. That's a bad word. I'm triggered. But anyways, for plans for Easter, basically my sister is coming back down, so we're probably gonna spend some time with her. We're gonna do like an Easter meal. I think we're gonna do it some ham. What else? I spend my part of my Easter Monday with Annie. Depending on how free she is. I assume Annie, you got work off, right, for Easter? Forgot to ask. I assume she does, so I'll probably get a full day with Annie. Maybe spend a little bit of time with my family as well that day. Since your bacon is like ham, does your ham look like bacon? Shut the fuck up. Oh my god, you're the worst.
Descarga orbital entrante, que nadie se acerque.
I can say though, chat, the next patch has a decent amount of balance updates in it. Can't say what I believe at the moment is going to be changed, but yeah, next patch seems interesting, man. How are the Diddy bugs? What the fuck? Hey, yo, what? Oh my god. Which one are you making? Yeah, she's doing the second layer of the Hi, Luna. Of the carrot cake. Luna, get to work. Get to work, kitten. Luna. Luna, get to work.
He encontrado algo.
There for you. It sounds like at least like this next patch seems like a big one. I don't know how much of it I can say, so I'm just not gonna say the details, but for the things that are public knowledge, it's sick. Ooh, double super crits. But dude, there's a lot of cool things changing in the next patch. It will shake things up. I wonder how the community will take it. That is something I'm curious about. Luna, go lay down. Come on, kitten. Go lay down. Turn your blanket. Turn your heated blanket, honey. There you go. Red of flip tables. I mean, we're like worrying or like, you know, making sure to warn them about certain things that we think, you know, might go poorly, possibly. Hi, Luna. You don't want to sleep, do you? You're gonna jump up, aren't you? Le chat has arrived. Le chat has arrived. Dun, 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 dun. It's coming this Tuesday or not? I have no idea when it's coming. I don't even know that. I would assume it's coming with the next, like, monthly big patch, right? Like, with the next War Bond. Would be my best guess. So, whenever we get the War Bond, it would probably come out that next week. Because it seems like they're trying to pack in a lot of things in this next patch. And, like, instead of doing a bunch of small patches, which may break lots of stuff independently, you know, they're going to do, like, one big patch that addresses many things, which is fair. That's how you should do it to reduce. Oh, that straight from Ren almost kicked my ass. Oh yeah, I forgot it's Eagle fucking Strike. Jesus Christ. I get in. I can't really read chat right now because Luna Butt in the way, but Luna, you want to sit there? What's up? What are you doing? What are you doing, Luna Butt? Oh, I thought I had my fucking other weapon out. Oh, God. I'm not paying attention. Ah, that's where Luna Butt wants to go. Luna Butt. Mr. Shawarma!
We need DSC or do NNU see me NT same 3 mer.
Discord announcement. Yeah, I'll do it after this game. It's fine. I think at this point you guys understand when I'm live and not live at this point, that it's not a big deal. Ah, fuck. I gotta jump. Gotta jump! You streaming right now? No. This is live recording. Pre-recorded. This is very awkward. What the hell just blew up and almost killed me? What the fuck was that? What? Alright, whatever. You said you couldn't see chat, so I made you hear it. I guess that's a version of hearing chat. Is that what you guys sound like? Whatever that was. Thank you for the 100 bits, dude. Appreciate it. And you just sent me something. Ooh, Annie doing Pilates. That's it. That's a cute photo, honey. Pilates with my girl. Wait, you got a girlfriend, Annie? What? Every photo you say is cute. Well, I hate to break it though to you, Annie, but I do find you cute. Is that a problem? Oh my, hi. You're being ick. There's other people there. Other people here. Oh. So you want me to just type it out? You don't want me to say anything? Annie, I assume anything that you like DM like that, you want me to reply to. I'm mid-game, so I'm gonna reply. I know you're in chat. I gotta make sure people know that you're cute though. How many fucking bugs are here? Girls, after a few years of knowing them, refuse to believe your kind compliment. Dude, true. Annie used to, like, you know, blush and accept compliments that I gave her. Now, she's just like, ick. You're just saying that. Stop it. That's a based point. My wife gives me eye roll when I compliment her. Jesus Christ. I'm still blushing. Are you sure? Are you sure you're just not really hot? Because from that photo, makes me think you are. I quit HD2 a few days ago. Too many bucks. Let Ranger, I'm gonna give you some heads up, dude. You don't need to go into every chat or everywhere and constantly tell people, like, your manifesto. Hey man, it's okay to just like take a break from a game and go play something else. All right, let's get on with the rest of the comment. By the time I'm done with V-Rising, I can't wait for the patch for V-Rising. I can't wait to play it later this month. I'm very excited. I hope it doesn't overlap with the patch for HG2. That'll be quite sad. Does crossbow, in fact, still affect the Baltain explosive damage? Yeah. I mean, the stomach is light pen, so... just shoot the stomach. Have they changed the weak spot from the Baltain forehead to like the mouth? No, it's just the head in general. Kit Kat. I just say mouth because it's like a pretty obvious feature on the Baltain. It can sometimes be confusing where the forehead and like the back start and end, you know? So what I say with the mouth, I just, you know, I'm just giving you an easy thing, an easy visual to think about, you know? Not that negative comment. No, I've just seen you say... it's not the negativity, Let Ranger. It's the Never mind. I don't think you see it. It's fine. I'm trying to help you out here, but it's fine. Whatever. Alright, thanks. No worries, Kit Kat. What's your favorite bad gun to use? I think at the moment, people keep telling me the Deadeye's bad versus bugs, so I've been enjoying using that, I guess. It's fine, Mabel. Just fine like you. Aw, thank you. No, I'm supposed to say, oh my god, stop it. I'm blushing. Maybe don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. Getting compliments? I never get compliments. This is so nice. Nice beard, dude. Thanks, Mr. Kurt. Nice kitten. I mean, I guess, furry blanket heater? Thanks, he's warm as fuck. Yeah. Dude, my heater as well was laying between my legs last night. It was very, like, I love when Luna lays down there. Like, it's very cute, but at the same time, it's so hard to sleep when you can't move your damn legs while sleeping. Like feeling restricted, I guess. But also like they might be at like an awkward spot, you know, but you want to move them, but you can't. Yeah, you're very cute, Luna, when you do that. She's looking up at me right now. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Mm-hmm. I am talking about you, Luna. It don't hurt me. It don't hurt me. No more. What's going on with webcam? For some reason, it like refocuses over and over again when it's not on my face. I think it has some kind of like face recognition software on it. So it thinks it sees a face and then it tries to like auto focus over and over again for my face, and it's not there because there's no face. But it kind of hopes that there's face, I guess. I don't know. You see my DM yesterday? Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to reply. Basically, Margot, I would love to send you one. If you're willing to accept, I'd be willing to. I would love to send you one. Get the Elgato cam, bro. It's a 360 one. Why do I need a 360 degree camera? Like, what am I doing? Action sports? For my IRL streams? Oh my god. So we see the bullshit in every direction. I mean, you're just gonna see an unfinished basement. You'll see like an electrical panel, you see some insulation, you'll see some shelves with some old shit on it. Nothing really to see, honestly. Yeah, Rival, I think that would be my answer. I think it would be the Deadeye. It's my favorite bad bug weapon to use. Even though I actually don't think it's that bad at all. I think it's actually a very solid bug weapon, but it just takes quite a bit of precision. You will see asbestos, Annie. It's not asbestos. Annie thinks that I live in a house from like the 1950s. Full-size poster of Blake Lively. Are you trying to get me in trouble right now? Bro snorts asbestos every day. Asbestos. Yummy. What's the weapon? It's the Deadeye. On a barrage on the far side. Careful, guys. Ooh. The pink cotton candy. Mine's actually like pineapple flavored, not cotton candy. Not like not your traditional pink. What flavor is yours, chat? His basement looks like the back rooms. I mean, it's kind of got that, like, color to it. It's kind of got that color. It did break. I was like, dude, did that break? Someone watching is like, dude, you just one-shot that guy? No. He was weak. Dun, 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 dun. I love the pink cotton candy in my walls. Yeah, that's what I thought. Nah, it was just weak. Clip that, clip that, clip that. He's cheating, he's cheating! Check subs only. Sugamogi's new PC looks dope. Ooh, that small form factor. That small form factor. Am I right? What GPU is that? Alex, clean as fuck. Clean as fuck. Clean, bro. Clean. I've thought about doing like a small form factor build, but like, I'm not cut out for it, you know? I'm not cut out. I like my mid ATX, you know? You don't have the patience. It's not about the patience. It's more just like, I'm a raw performance kind of dude. And small form factor means you have to make concessions on cooling. You always do. Unless you just have a very cool room. Like, you know what I mean? But maybe later in life I won't care so much and I'll just, I wouldn't mind a, you know, slightly slower running PC. Especially nowadays with like, with AMD, it's kind of fine. I mean, even with AMD, like graphics cards though, and CPUs, right? Like the cooler they run, the faster they run, right? That's just, that goes for all parts. Because you can push your CPU further if it runs cooler. So yeah, I mean, it goes for both of them. He likes it raw. Annie? Huh? Oh. Yeah, I like it raw like my bacon. My bacon. You guys will never let this down. Even though it's literally a picture of like literally still cooking bacon. Craziness. I can't really see my circular crosshair, so I'm just gonna assume that my yellow dot is where the weapon is currently aiming. We're gonna hope for the best. Shot the rock. There's no way he just two-shot me. That is insane. I'm so sad. There's still a Shrieker Nest over there, guys. I wasn't even looking that direction, and he just two-shot me. He didn't even headshot me. That's crazy. New GL damage bug arrowhead response. What? What are you talking about? Oh, I think that was in response to the Impaler, I assume. What up, Stevie? Yeah, guys, I'm really excited for this patch, man. You guys don't know all of it? Ah, oh, dude, what the fuck? I literally... They must not speak English. I even have enough time? I might need to just throw 380 and hope for the best. God damn it. Stop edge, you guys. Well, you guys know about some of it. I mean, it's being... Yes! Nice, 380, got it. What's it called? The, like, some of it is, like, in the Discord. You know, they've been teasing some of it, like, to the public Discord, but some of it, I don't believe I can mention. What do we know about? The problem here is that I don't know how to differentiate the two, so it's better you just go to Discord and read. Like, or I guess I can just bring up the Discord and show you. It's just in our Discord. In the HD2 section. They're saying they're incredibly excited. As I say, the kids ate poggers. They fixed the gunslinger passive. Many of you probably didn't even realize it was broken. It wasn't really that broken, but many of you probably didn't even notice. It's only for the people that like nerded out and like compared and like did the math, basically. They fixed the animation cancel on the eruptor. They're hopefully getting a fix for the torso diver, which would also hopefully fix the enemies. There's another two. Anti-aliasing is hopefully fixed. And then they're also addressing performance stuff. And then they're fixing the FPS stuff. And I think was there more? Yeah, I think it was just Sham saying that. Yeah, so. Yeah, a lot being worked on. I can tell you guys, I can't tell you especially what they're going to do, but I can tell you that they didn't just fix it and they're not touching anything else. They are touching other stuff, right? It's not just like Eruptor is getting, you know, changed in that direction. So, I can't talk specifics until obviously they like make an announcement or anything like that, but or make it public. But yeah, it's not just receiving that, which is cool. Which is cool. Which is cool. Which is cool. Animation cancel's kind of satisfying. It's possible it still will exist in some form, right? They're just fixing the vast majority of it.
Surprise, motherfucker.
07.
Thank you, Rival, for the 10. Appreciate you. Very kind, Rival. Very kind. Thank you so much for the support, dog. It means a lot. Helps me do what I do. Without the generosity, when people do what I do. Oh! Gatling sentry. As soon as I saw them, I was like, I'm pretty sure my Gatling sentry's to my right. Pretty sure my Gatling sentry's to my right. Fuck. I got absolutely Gatlinged. Mabel, I like my friend's outfit in photo. He wants to get new shirt. Wait, what? Sorry, what? I don't... Wait, what? What's up? What's up? MJ is VOD. Is VOD. Rival wants to get new shirt. That's why he tipped you. He wants me to get a new shirt. Ah. Is this true, Rival? Is this true? DM is sent. Thank you again so much.
Here's some more.
Ooh.
Get a new shirt.
Not subtle at all, eh, Shawarma? Thank you, Shawarma, for the 1K bits. Matching the rival. My contributions are for you to restock your pineapple installation. Thank you. I'm just a pineapple under the sea, you know? I wonder if I'm below sea level right now. That'd be just so poetic. Pineapple goes on pizza, yes. It does, absolutely. Anyone that says otherwise is just like an elitist. You know? It's like saying when you're PC building, you have to do like an X shape when you do, you know, thermal paste installation. You know? It's like, come on, man. Do a dot, not an X. So you know what I do? I put a dot, and then I get like a scraper, and I evenly spread it across the entire... the entire thing. Entire CPU. I don't even use thermal paste, I just lock. Nice. Hell yeah, dude. They should bottle that as thermal solution. Money savings, hey, I get it. Money do be tight these days, you know? When I build PC, I'm gonna get like those like... Yeah, I was thinking about trying out the pads. Has anyone tried out those phase change pad? Well, there's two types, right? There's the phase change pad, and then there's the carbon pads. You gonna get a phase change pad, or you gonna get a carbon pad? Both seem cool. It seems like the phase change pad is better cooling, but the carbon pad is less maintenance, technically. Because that carbon ain't going anywhere, you know? Do you play bots? Oh yeah, all the time. It's just a bug MO, so I'm gonna help out with the bug MO, and it's been a little while since we played a lot of bugs, since there's been so many bot games, stuff like that. So we swap around. The faction we probably play the least at the moment is Illuminate, just because we're kind of bored of it. Carbon pads seem better overall. If I remember right, they didn't cool as well. The phase change pads cooled better, and they continuously get better also, because as the phase change happens over and over again, it will fill in more of the imperfections between the two surfaces, if that makes sense, which is kind of interesting. So it will actually get more efficient as time goes on, which is kind of cool. Kind of cool. Go ahead, Draxel. Why are you in my game? I'm sorry, Draxel. I apologize for stream sniping you, dude. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me for my heinous actions. Are we getting a server error? The things weren't showing up properly there. It's just a bunch of ICBMs. When that happens, the servers are having some problems. Uh-oh. Thank you, Trindle. Oh yeah. Discord announcement. Add everyone. We live. Red bug mo. Get to diving. Diver. And grab the YouTube link. Bum, 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 bum. Almost an hour. Trindle, no. It's not Trindle's fault. It's not Trindle's fault. It's not Trindle's fault. It's my fault. I did like an entire mission before I did it. It's one of those. I always need to double check before I get into the first game that I did it. You know what I mean? I was a silly Billy. I was a silly Billy. I apologize. Please forgive me. I'm asking for a lot of forgiveness today. Oh, like feeling okay, like you had to wait so long. Fair enough, yeah. Trina, you okay, dude? You feeling alright? I apologize. Let's do the crossbow combo. It's always fun. Anyone feel like crossbow on predator bugs? Trust, watch, trust. Trust me, chat, trust. Trust me. Trust fall. Crossbow, ew. I look forward to seeing what they do to the Eruptor in full. There's a lot of things they're still testing, right? I think that's one reason why I should not, you know, because like a lot of things that they kind of teased us content creators is or teased to me in DM says you know they're still working on it, right? They're seeing how it lays. They're looking for the final a little bit. What? Where the hell did that shot go? Ooh, nursing spirits. Yeah, I haven't seen nursing spirits in forever, it feels like. It's kind of weird. See that combo right there? A little hot swap? Mmm. Mmm. Yummy. Dun, 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 dun. You can't just say you know stuff about the Eruptor to me and not elaborate. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. But I think you'll be happy. I think you'll be happy. I just hope everybody in the community will be. You know how the community gets, man. You never know. You never know. People do be sensitive in 2025, you know? People just do be that way, you know? They do be how they do be. Is it too much to ask, info to ask if they intend to nerf it in some ways? Yeah, I mean, nothing that I have seen would indicate any kind of nerf, other than the fact that, well, it's public knowledge at this point that they are fixing the exploit, right, to reload cancel, right? But as I said earlier, they're not just touching that. They're trying to compensate for that fix. So the people who had never used the exploit before, well, just it's a net positive, right? Now, if you're someone who like never used that exploit before, you might have different feelings, right? You know what I mean? Where do you get that headgear? My headphones? I got it on drop.com. You're talking about the helmet in game? I got it on, it's in the Warbond Freedom Flame? No. Ooh, Freedom... Fuck, where are they? God damn it. What the hell's it called? Freedom... Freedom. It has freedom in it. Right? I don't know what it's called. The one with the Hellbomb backpack. Servants of Freedom, thank you. Servants Freedom. Freedom Flame's another one. That's another one. Thank you. Thank you, Beast. Oh, I never used the exploit anyways? Yeah, so you would probably see it as an outright net positive, right? But if someone, like, only ever used the exploit, we'll have to wait and see, right? As someone who basically always uses it, I'm that guy. That, you know, that'll be an interesting one. I'll test it out, and I'll let you know my feelings on it, but we'll see. Freedom F, whatever else. Where do you get it? In the store? It's in the Warbond store, yeah. It's near the bottom. If you're scroll... I guess it would be near the top. I guess they do it nowadays from... Or it's not nowadays, but they've always done it from top down. The newest are on the top. So it'd be the second from the top. Yes, second from the top. Morning, morning. Yeah, exciting things happening. We don't know when the patch is coming, but like exciting things. I look forward to see how things go with it, you know? Thank you. No worries. Feel free to ask more questions. Yeah, I just can't answer specifics just because they're still testing things and I'll let them do it, right? I think it'd be rude not to let them announce it. But with some of this stuff, they've already kind of mentioned it on the official Discord, so. Good thing about this MO is the devs listening community. Yep, there's a lot of, you know, outcry for more predator bugs, and here we are. So it's good. Yeah, we certainly got enough predator bugs. I think this will satisfy people's love for predator bugs for a while, right? Because to some extent, I don't want predator bugs to be like literally everywhere all the time. I like the variants. I like, you know, having to deal with it sometimes and maybe not others. I think it's a good idea. Ooh. Oh, he's gassed. I was like, dude, what are you doing? Let's go find the Ball Titan nest before we go crazy. Will you blink 3 times if ARs are getting 120 round magazines? We've said it before. I call it the Call of Duty power creep, right? Or Call of Duty mag creep, whatever you would call it. Call of Duty has like created this idea that all magazines now need to be at standard 60 rounds. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Hopefully that blows up. Please tell me it's a mini nuke. That's close enough. I think that should be close enough too. Kaboom. That guy survived? Yeah, but he's bleeding, so he's low health. Oh. That man just... He was so weak from that Seif, he died to gas. Nice. I'm old, man. Halo taught 60 rounds as base. Were they 60 rounds in Halo? Were they all 60 rounds? Well, I guess the first AR was 60 rounds, huh? In Halo? But the BR wasn't 60 rounds, was it? For some reason, I remember that being like 45. Maybe I'm wrong. God damn it. God damn it. Halo CE AR was a solid 60 rounds. Yeah. But what about the battle rifle? Then they reduced it to 32, and now it's 38 or 36-ish. Okay, what about the battle rifle though? That's the one I'm like when I think Halo, I think of the battle rifle. I don't think of the assault rifle. Can't remember the battle rifle mag, but AR-60. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll be honest. I didn't even think about the AR from like the first game. I just always think of the battle rifle when I think Halo nowadays. It's just so iconic. And it's a weapon I always use, right? Like it's just my weapon. You guys know me. I'm a full enjoyer of like precision weapons. So the battle rifle was like a nice in between of like a precision weapon and a like an assault rifle. Those are my favorite kinds of assault rifles, honestly. God damn it. Aim. I talk about how much I love precision and then I just don't aim. Yeah, it's 36. Gotcha. But anyways, my point to that whole conversation was just like Call of Duty Warzone specifically has like spoiled people with like every weapon having and needing 60 rounds. Can you give me some advice on how to deal with Predator Strain? So my biggest thing, Wabu, would be try to have somewhere in your loadout crowd control, right? Either your primary weapon, maybe you bring the guard dog for crowd control. Maybe you're just gonna play with like, you know, gas grenades and be very careful. You want some way that if let's say a what's it called gets on top of you, you have some way to deal with it. Basically, like that's how I want you to think about predator bugs. If a stalker is on top of you meleeing you, do you have some way to get away from him? And not like you can't just say run, because you can't run fast to them often because they'll like break your legs or hurt you and stuff like that. Right? So you need to have some other way. In this build, it's the bushwhacker, right? Or I've doubled up. I kind of tripled up here. I also have the gas guard dog, right? And then the third one is the explosive crossbow. It staggers them, right? So as long as you think about Predator Strain like that, I think you'll be more than fine. And then on top of that, obviously, you know, don't get into close quarters. Try your best to, you know, keep yourself distant, you know, falling back as you progress, right? And if you get, like, too many enemies near you, fall back, right? Shoot and scoot, as they like to say. Predators also have a very loud audible sound. So just try to listen for that when you're playing. If you hear the sound for them, you know, that's your cue to get the fuck out. Other things other than that would be like, I find medic armor probably some of the best for Pred Strain because you can just pre-stim and survive a fuckload of damage from a predator if he gets on top of you. So you have more time to deal with them. So let's say like If there's a predator bug running at me right now, I pre-stim even though I'm full HP, and then I just deal with them, right? And it gives me like a solid amount of time to deal with him before he like can actually kill me, right? I would also recommend staying light armor if possible. Medium armor is fine, but try to stay light if you can. The extra mobility is definitely worthwhile. But yeah, that would be my my top advice. Would just be bring CC. Some great weapons that have lots of CC would be like Blitzer or Dominator or Bushwhacker or Liberator Concussive, Pummeler, Cookout, right? The regular Punisher that comes in the first Warbond. Yeah, there's lots of them. And they're all like different. They have the pros and cons, right? Like Blitzer is very easy to use, but it's very inconsistent at killing. It sometimes can take like upwards of 4+ shots to kill one hunter, or other times it might take 1 or 2. So it can either be an incredibly efficient weapon to use or inefficient. But if you don't want to have to worry about aiming, Blitzer is fantastic. Like Dominator is fantastic, but it has the handling issues. So if you don't bring like peak physique, or if you're just not used to that handling, it might be hard for you to use. Slugger's a good deal, yeah. If you go for those headshots, you can one-tap predators in the face, similar to the Deadeye as well. Dominator can also one-tap him in the face. Slugger has had its stagger back. They gave it back in the 60-day update, so about 6 months ago. Abel is joking, of course. Heavy armor is the best. If you're crazy enough to make heavy armor work, I salute you, soldier. It's a really cool choke point. Let me get stuck in. Chuck!
Surprise, motherfucker.
Boom.
Thank you, Chuck. Tier 1, 10 months! Thanks, dog. Heavy plus jetpack? Jump pack? Yeah. So, like, you can use heavy and you can find solutions for it. Right? But usually I would say you just getting better at positioning will far outweigh the heavy armor damage resistance. Heavy armor is great for if you make a mistake. There's no doubt. But you will probably just in general take far less damage if you just don't use heavy armor. Because heavy armor will also put you in situations where you literally just don't have enough mobility to get away from them, even with the jump pack. I keep falling over. When you use the jump pack, stop using your movement keys. The problem is that people continue to hold like sprint and W when they use the jump pack. And if you continue to hold shift and W, it causes your character to ragdoll even if you hit flat ground. It's like a velocity thing. If you move too fast in this game, you just automatically essentially like ragdoll. It's also a thing that hopefully they're going to be addressing in the patch, I hope. But if you just like take your hand off the keyboard or like your movement keys, you will not ragdoll anymore. The only time you'll ragdoll is if you like jump into a wall. But at that point, like, did you expect you not to ragdoll? Did we get Fenrir? We did actually, yeah. And there's actually a pretty good chance we'll get Krimska too if people get to diving. Get to diving, divers. Hold my leg. Also, I stumble with jump pack. As I just explained, you can actually go without stumbling at all. Remind me and I can show you guys the next game. Such a good song, man. I don't think I used my 110 millimeter rocket pods once. Dun, 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 dun. Grimska runs so good, man. I can't believe how much FPS I got on this planet. It's actually insane. If I look away from the center of the map, I'm hitting like 150, almost 160. If I look towards the center of the map, it's a solid 100. It's kind of nuts. Grimska's one of those like super well optimized planets. I just joined. I have like 500 hours and still stumble. I got you, brother. I'll teach you. It's not about time. It's about technique. Thunder also runs smoothly. Yeah, it's basically all the legacy planets tend to run really smoothly. Or if you get a city. If you get a city, then things don't go super well. But this is a city-free planet. We got that wilderness. It's also nice to be able to tank a few shots with jumping bastards. And I argue just don't get hit. Cities get crazy. Yeah, the city maps are just really not super well optimized at the moment. It's like I liken it to like the the original swamp planets. Swamp planets run perfectly now. They run quite good and they're optimized. But when they first came out, they were like super intensive because they were rendering all the trees and not like de-rendering anything. It seemed, but I'm assuming plants with cities will do the exact same thing. Just give them time. Let them cook. Eagle Strafe runs honestly goated. It's pretty damn good. It's got its moments where it kind of feels like bad, bleh, but if you use the right situation, it's fun. It's fun and good. Close range air support, Is extra limb health worth it? If you get like absolutely frustrated with like enemies like hitting you once and then losing a limb immediately, that sucks. You can think of extra limb health as effectively giving you EHP. It's more effective health points. So it will make you tankier as well. Because the way they calculate health in this game is more or less like a combination of like your limb health, right? So when you take extra limb health, you are making yourself tankier, right?
Surprise, motherfucker.
Which is useful. I just don't particularly like the throw distance upgrade. I find the throw distance upgrade to be kind of like a positive and a negative. It's a positive because, yeah, you get to throw farther, but it's also negative because if you ever don't wear that armor again, it messes with your muscle memory of like the visual muscle memory of knowing how far a stratagem goes, right? So it constantly throws me off when I swap between the two. So I tend to just not use it. But hey, if you're someone who wants to fully commit, it's not a bad armor if you fully commit to it. GG's, Draxel. Hi, Annie. With predator bugs, some will hit no matter what. I mean, depending on your build and how aware you are, you shouldn't get hit at all. I don't think I got hit by a stalker one time that entire mission, hamster. Like, Gas Guard Dog is extremely good and Bushwhacker is extremely good. I just didn't get hit once. Can you show chat what? Oh, your cake? Anything under your bunch? Alright, chat. First one. Cross section. Another cross section. Cross section with the butterscotch and the fork and the fancy nail. Oh my god, can we get an enhancement on that nail? Oh my god, it's fancy. Alright, sorry. It's grown out? How do I know it looks grown out? It doesn't. It doesn't look grown out. Maybe I'm not an expert on nails. I'm no expert, but it doesn't even look grown out. Evil? How is that evil? I'm trying to admire your beautiful nails and you're over here like evil. I'm not evil. I'm trying to compliment you. Can you see my nail bed? I don't see it. What nail bed? Annie, you're looking at a bunch of there's a bunch of guys here. Nobody noticed it. Now that you've mentioned it, I'm sure people will look for it. But I don't think anyone notices it. Maybe I'm just addicted to seeing the bug eyes at close range. So you're like looking into the eyes of your enemies. I'm gonna contact the democracy officer. That's a bit sus. That's a bit sus, bro. And then we'll take like what, Slugger? We're just talking about Slugger. I like Slugger. All right, Slugger. Looks better than yesterday's. Let's do a comparison, Annie. Ah, shit, we landed. Whoa. Okay. Okay, bro. Alright, well, I got some time now. Alright, so this was yesterday's. Top down. I kind of like the, this kind of look, personally. But this is more, like, clean, I guess. But I still would want, like, I think you could have done the butterscotch across the top, you know? I don't know. I think this one would be more delicious because you get more toppings. That was the inside? Oh, is that not the top? Oh. Oh, I guess this... I thought this was the start. My bad. Oh, okay. Well, okay, then I guess I prefer this. I think it looks better. Yeah, no, I'd agree. My man torso diving. And he did. Annie, I'll be honest, the look of a cake doesn't really matter to me. It's if the cake tastes good. That's absolutely the most important part. The look is like super low on the list. I think it looks fantastically delicious. Mission complete, huzzah! Great mission, team. Great mission. Great mission. Great mission. GG's. Hell yeah. Another great song. I'm helping. Yeah, I definitely helped, sort of. Agreed, Maple. The pursuit of making cakes look good over taste must stop. I mean, I don't need to stop, but I'm just like, it should not be. I wouldn't worry about it, personally. I wouldn't worry about it. It tasting good is first and foremost, you know? How do you eat something not appetizing? Well, Annie, if you just put vegetables on my plate cooked normally, it would look appetizing. You don't need to put garnish on top of my vegetables to make it look more appetizing. So the pursuit of making it look even better is not necessary. You could just put carrot cake with icing on top and just like make it for the taste, and it would look good by association, right? So our point is just like going above and beyond to make it look good. I don't think is really necessary personally, right? Like, it's like an art form, and some people really appreciate that, and I know you do. But personally, I'm just like, eh. Eh. Shay's back. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Where the fuck is my jump pack? Yeah, I agree that jump pack and hover pack should be next to each other. Someone said it the other day, and I was like, damn. You're actually so right. I never thought about it like that. I want to make it look good and taste good. And that's an awesome thing to, like, strive for, you know? Twitch boy? What do you mean? Hey, Twitch boy, I hope you like content. Helldivers brings worst loadout ever asked to leave? Super sure. Yeah, they definitely have some interesting loadouts. I don't know. If it was really the worst loadout, you wouldn't take Orbital Napalm Barrage, I'm just saying. That thing's goated. You take, like, Smoke Barrage. Let's see if he changes it. What? That's like, your build's now getting better. How's that even possible? Mines are so much better than they used to be. As long as we don't step on them, it's meta. I see some genius there, right? Good luck reading chat this game. Shut up, man. The kryptonite of any Twitch streamer are mines. Because I actually have to look at the screen. I will look at chat far too often, and I will walk into a mine. It's gonna happen, bro. All right. See? No right though. Bam, 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 bam. See? No right though. See? No right though. Just stop doing inputs after your jetpack and you're fine. No input. It's really that simple. Now, obviously they should fix it, but you know what I mean? For anyone pissed off like they're constantly ragdolling, that's all you gotta do. It's really that. What is that bounce? I hate to do this, team, but I need to close this. That's really an annoying bounce. That's some weird ass hitbox right there. Now, obviously, if you just, you know, jetpack into a wall, you're gonna ragdoll, right? So don't be silly and be like, well, I'm still ragdolling when I do this. So obviously you just fucking jetpacked into a wall. Did you really expect that to not ragdoll you? Like, what do you want me to... Wait, what? Now, at that point, it's just human error, right? You just done fucked up. You just done fucked up, Aaron. I have to start using my quasar. I'm gonna run out of shots. I'm pretty sure you can still hold W. I think it's just the combination of holding W and sprint leads to people ragdolling constantly with the jetpack. So. What? Oh, I must have missed the first shot. Ah, we'll just throw gas grenades. I don't got time for this. That going? Nice. I brace myself a little by pressing S. Yeah, you don't have to hold S. You don't have to hold S. Literally, if you just do no input, you won't ragdoll. The S is kind of like unnecessary. Just take your hand off the keyboard for half a second and you're good. You guys got the respawn, or do you want me to do it?
Solicitud aprobada. Refuerzos en camino.
Man, I kind of missed the damage of the halt when using the slugger, but the halt has no stagger. Well, I mean, that's where the EMS rounds come in, right? It has immense amount of stagger, but you just have to swap back and forth. But the slugger can do more damage because it's more accurate, right? So there's like that trade-off of like, which one do you go for? I can't bother to be swapped that often. If you bind it correctly, it's just one button. Like right now I have the swap tech going. That's Mishwork halt tech. I talk about it in a clip. But you can just bind it so it's just one key. That's the way it should work. Unfortunately, it does not work like that. Oh god, that guy just went invisible. I don't know where he is! Or did he despawn? I think he despawned to spawn on the enemies. Oh my god. I think it's Esmithork Hulk. Halt Tech.
Mapa de misión actualizado.
TCH.
Objetivo completado.
Yeah, so what I have it on is I have it on T, and it automatically opens up the menu with the press of the button and swaps the fire with one button press. You don't have to do the hold R swap. It should work like how I just described by default, but it is what it is. What's the difference between Slugger and Deadeye? Slugger, I believe, has a little bit more stagger. I don't think they have the same stagger rate. I'm pretty sure Slugger has actually a little bit more stagger rate. Oh shit, where are those guys coming from? Uh-oh. Ooh. Welcome to the minefield. Slugger has the bigger magazine, faster reload speed. Slightly, I think it's like about the same fire rate, but I'm pretty sure the slugger actually has a slightly slower one. About the same though. Deadeye has the better zoom. Slugger has the better handling. What else? Technically, the Slugger has more ammo because it spawns with more in the magazine. That team's gonna be out of revives in no time. What else? 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 Been doing the ammo swap thing on a minute. On halt for a minute, still up. Yeah. Yeah, the tech is very important, I think, to making the halt feel better. Did I slightly faster fire rate? Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's like slightly fast. It's like, you won't really notice it, but yeah. Like, I think both are fantastic, but it depends on what you're fighting. Like, I would give the Slugger the advantage versus Bugs, but then I would give the Deadeye the advantage versus Illuminate and bots, if that makes sense. Oh, where the hell did you come from? But it's definitely an archetype of weapon where like you have to aim. You can't just like randomly fire it, right? So not everybody's gonna like it. Oh, that was a bit awkward. Oh, luckily he's kind of dumb. I just need ammo, man. I've been out of ammo since like that nest. Oh my god, we're so fucked. Be a great time for a grenade that I don't have. Yeah, we're so fucked. Oh, a random leaper behind me. Ah. I need that resupply to come in like slightly faster. Aiming in a shooting game, easier said than done for many. I think the biggest difference is the fire rate, is it not? The biggest difference is the magazine size difference and the reload speed and the sight. That's the biggest difference. There's also damage fall off, but I think for most people you will not really interact with that difference all that much unless you're trying to like snipe with the Slugger for some reason. Like you're trying to treat the Slugger. Ah, fuck me. I didn't realize at the edge of the map. Oh, I just got pushed by that leaper, bro. It's kind of funny. So. Both fantastic weapons. It's just one will be like more of a prefer. Does Halt Tech break the normal R menu? No. But obviously when you do the Halt Tech in your menus, any weapon that has a fire mode swap on the right side will automatically swap every time you press T. You see that? Or like it's binded to T for me, right? It automatically does it. So you just got to keep that in mind. But is that a big deal? Not really. But it can get you killed in a situation where, like, you accidentally swap to single fire mode, right? On a weapon you don't want to use single fire mode on. So just keep that in mind. Can you modify left, down, and up parts of a weapon with the keybind? Yeah, it's all in the menus. It's all in the keybind options. That's how the halt tech works, is that you do that. You bind it.
Enviando centinela. Solicitando refuerzos. Solicitando un centinela. Reforzando.
Dude, my poor teammates. They are not having a good time.
Solicitud aprobada. Desplegando refuerzos.
Like every time I look over, they're getting swarmed.
Estructura de la colmena de termínidos destruida.
Gave us reinforcements. We're gonna damn use them. Hell yeah.
Solicitando fortificaciones.
No wasted supplies.
Solicitando fortificaciones. Solicitando un centinela.
Oh shit, there's way more enemies than I thought around me.
Metiendo centinela.
Excuse me, sir. You're affected by gas? You should not be. Damn, what the hell? I got so many enemies on me. It's for the teammates, I guess. I'm running out of ammo. Oh, fuck, a minefield. I didn't even see it, bro, because it's in the grass. Fucking minefield. I'm not even looking. Is Canada normal and uses metric? We use both because of our proximity to US. Most of the time we use metric, but then occasionally, like, if I go buy, like, lumber to build a house, it'll most likely be Imperial. Right, a 2x4 rather than like actually in centimeters. Pool temperature, like water temperature, usually done in Fahrenheit. But if you do, like if it's just like the weather network, it's in Celsius. People's like thermometers at home, a little bit of both. Some people use Fahrenheit for temperature, some people use Celsius. It's very confusing. It's very fucking confusing. I hate it. I wish we just used metric, but it is what it is. When your neighbors are silly, you gotta kinda have to be silly too. Literally, there's a flowchart, yeah. Could be worse, could be French. Like, everything we buy is in French as well. That's like a law, so. Oh my god, dude. Mines everywhere.
Nada prevalecido. Ahora ve al punto de extracción.
Gonna head to bed. Bye, Mr. Shawarma. Super bud. Dun, dun. That's already done, so we're good. The funny thing is that, like, America has already swapped over to metric. Like, the vast majority of, like, stuff that is done on, like, a federal level and stuff like that is done in metric. It's just, like, the local population is taught Imperial still, because they deem it too hard to teach everybody the different... Or if anyone does higher education, they just learn metric regardless. Yeah, if they go into, like, you know, the sciences and stuff like that, right? So, America's already there, it's just they're hanging on to it. They love their damn feet and yards. Sam, that is a crazy joke. That is crazy. I was taught both in school. Yeah, I think it depends on like what state you're in though. Some states are very much against metric unless you go into like the sciences and stuff. Because I was told that I had a friend growing up that I played video games with that did not learn metric. They learned metric through video games and just the internet. I think they were from like, I don't even know what, it was a southern state. I think it was a quote unquote patriotic decision to not teach them metric.
Tiempo estimado menos 30 segundos.
Great song. Oh,
Tiempo estimado menos 20 segundos.
graduate of 4 and learned metric. My nephew graduates next year and has no knowledge of it. Damn.
Tiempo estimado menos 10 segundos. Despejad la zona de tierra.
Damn. Arrowhead, I want a laser shotgun. We know they're working on it. We just don't know when it's going to come out. When's that Trident coming out? Our cousin doesn't understand why the rest of the world doesn't switch over. I hear this argument a lot, where there's a lot of Americans that say it's the superior one. It's just easier to understand things in it, and it's just like, well, it's about perspective, right? No matter what you learn, you'll always find the one that you learn first, or at a younger age, to be the one that makes more sense to you, right? Because there's more context behind it, right? You can visualize a 75 degree Fahrenheit day, but you can't visualize a 20 degree Celsius day, right? Because you obviously learned one versus the other, right? So, like, I find that it largely is like an exercise in like familiarness when we like talk about it. The only thing that actually really matters is that the rest of the world uses metric, so it would just be easier for the rest of the world and the people that live there in the States to just communicate the same, right? It's just easier. But as far as like teaching someone a measurement, like metric just has that. It's very easy to teach people. Because it's literally just moving a decimal point around. It's very simplistic, easy to remember. Less errors when converting. But anyways. There's so much shit that goes wrong. Yeah, wasn't there... There was a spacecraft that... Because I think it was there was a privatized space company that used Imperial, and NASA was using metric, and they failed to convert something, and it crashed. I don't remember the exact one, but I swear it was, I think it was a Mars rover, maybe? I could be wrong. It's a Mars Climate Orbiter. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's just like, what an expensive fuck up. Especially time-wise, too. Mars Surveyor. Yeah. It's converted from Imperial to metric units, September 23rd, 1999. The disaster investigative board reports that NASA's climate orbiter burned up. Martian atmosphere engineers failed to convert units from... Why did they say English to metric? Was that AI? From English to metric. Wait, what? We're not using pounds and stone. What the hell? English to metric? Lockheed Martin did it? Yeah, I thought it was a privatized American company. Hey boys, I'm back. Hey girl, welcome back. I don't know why I said English. Well, I mean, the English have their own weird measurements. What is it? Stone? How many stone are you? I love measuring myself in stones. We use metric in Arizona on Interstate 19 that goes to Mexico. Really? Oh, interesting. I wouldn't expect it on your side of the border, honestly. I expect it as soon as you enter the other country. That's funny. It's getting you. I guess it's getting you used to the other people. The real crime is daylight savings time. Yeah, I hope they eliminate it very soon. Daylight savings time is fucking stupid. Oh, I hate it. I understand why it existed, but it doesn't need to exist anymore. It's just an annoying, unnecessary thing. I will defend daylight. There's no way, Marco. There's no way you can defend it. Tell us a French measurement, Maple, in French. I can tell you how many frogs I am tall. I'm exactly 50 frogs tall. Does Helldivers have French? It does, yeah. I can tell you how fast I can retreat in battle. Because that's how we measure reaction time. It's like how fast you can retreat and surrender. Sorry, that's an oldie but a goodie right there. So like when you go to the doctor, they tell you the Germans are coming and they see how fast you react. It's like hardwired into our blood, you know what I mean? Quintal? When quintal is 100 kilograms? Okay. Tactical repositioning. Ah, I see. I see. My dog's doing much better. I'm so happy to hear that, Jez Nukem. His stomach drained today. Obstruction gone. Nice. How's he feeling? How's the bumper feel? Oh my god, that's a lot of brood commanders. I'm just staring at a field full of brood commanders and stalkers. How much do you weigh in American? Me? I think I'm like 140, 150 pounds, I think. The last time I weighed myself was probably like 4 years ago. I'm quite skinny. say kilo to know if there's a kilogram of something. Except money. In money, it's 100 rather than 1,000. Derived from kilo. I thought you were just a bunch of drug dealers saying kilo. Anyone who says kilo is just automatically a drug dealer selling coke. How many kilos you want? Sus. If you want weird measurements, just go Google how they count in Danish. My grandmother's Danish. It never seemed weird. What's weird about it? What are those crazy Danes doing? The power of 20 system? What the hell does that even mean? Wait, what does that mean? Instead of doing base 10s, they do base 20s or something? Like... But only after 50. What? Why? They utilize fingers and toes for counting. I mean, I could kind of understand where they're coming from. They probably thought they were so fucking smart thinking about that too. Well, you see, other nations are only using 10. But we're being smart and we're utilizing all 20. And then there's that one poor guy, that one Viking that lost a toe in battle, you know? Fuck. Poor guy. Well, the shotguns have knockback on Slugger than Cookout. Slugger, Punisher itself, technically the Halt with the EMS rounds. None of the fast firing do. Unless it's like small bugs. Engine horsepower is a weird measurement. It is a weird measurement. It should just be in joules. Best chart ever. Thank you, YouTube, for being useless as always. What the fuck is this? Is this centimeter, millimeter? What the fuck is a DM meter? A dam! Dude, how many dam are you guys? What? The fuck is it? A dam. The Gunter's chain. 1/10 of a meter. I've heard a decimeter before, but not a dam. The fuck is a dam? I believe it is 10 meters. Okay, oh, so there's decimeter and there's a decameter. I guess I've actually heard of a decameter before. I've just never seen it denoted as dam. That's funny. I've never seen a dam. Or a hmm. I only see hmm when Annie's thinking. She likes to type hmm. Especially when I say something that she doesn't like. Hmm. You turn into like a Minecraft villager. When you read that one. Hmm. I love the Gunther's chain. I mean, Gunther is a great name. A hectometer. What the hecto? What are you talking about? Speech check failed? Oh, I speech tech fail a lot. Which is why I get a lot of Aw, you piece of shit. God damn it. People know Riz. Oh, it's not about Riz. It's just saying the wrong thing she doesn't agree with. Hmm.
Pureza de la libertad asegurada.
I'm not speech checking the Riz. You know, I win those ones every time. All right. I just got absolutely gang fucked. Jesus. I don't say not agreeing. I'm just thinking, which is mean I said something wrong. Is the bad one. Deciphering the language of Annie is something I'm still studying, you know what I mean? I haven't gotten my bachelor's in it yet. Oh my... Alright, bro. Relax. Jesus, everybody's dead. I just realized.
Solicitud aprobada. Desplegando refuerzos.
Ah! Damn. Me with the 1-2. Oh my god, that guy was invisible. Ooh. I was just thinking about it. I think I get my weird side from my Danish ancestry, you know? It must be that, right? I'm a bit quirky. Now that I've learned about these base 20s system. Maybe that's where I get it from. Thoughts?
Quedan 30 minutos.
Do you walk around in wooden shoes? I don't have any clogs, no. Wait, I thought those were the people from the Netherlands. I thought the Netherlands liked wooden shoes.
De la libertad asegurada.
I thought clogs were, I'm confused now. That's sweet, I can confirm the Danes are very strange. They do, but it's not a fashion statement. Oh, so the Danes wear it as a fashion statement. The Dutch wear it for tradition. Is that? Am I understanding? Dude, what the? God damn it! My teams are just getting absolutely rocked. Weapon is this? Is a slugger. Now that you have more with the OLED, give a review about it. I will say the picture quality, like the colors and the overall like lack of motion blur and the response time and the fact that you can watch SDR content and think it's HDR content is amazing. I still have the VRR issue in Helldivers where if I turn on a VRR and I don't turn on anti-flicker, I get a lot of flickering, right? Because it's like the frequency of the refresh rate and the OLED don't agree. And on top of that, if I tab into the game, my frame rate is like really bad because I think it's like not acting very well with the 480 hertz VRR display. Something weird's going on there. I think it's a driver issue first and foremost, but I'm not quite sure if it's the monitor or the VRR. OSD is fine. I do dislike having to worry about like the picture on the OLED. Like, it still sucks. It will always suck that I have to worry about burn-in. That'll just always be a kind of a factual thing. Like, that's just always gonna be a thing. Like, one of the worst feelings was like I had OBS open on my gaming PC, which means when that's open, often Windows does not shut down or like does not do like turn off my monitor when I've walked away, because I have it set at like turning off my monitor after like 20 minutes or something like that. So that sucks. I came back after like 2 hours and that like my desktop was sitting there and I was like, ah, fuck. So like it's annoying after having just like a normal LCD monitor for a long time, having to start worrying about things like that, right? It's annoying, right? There's no doubt about it. But I think the positives of the OLED outweigh like that negative. Is the brightness an issue? I thought it would be. It's not. There's like a couple situations where like I was like, damn, I kind of wish I could turn the monitor brightness up a little bit. But like for the most part, no. No, not really. I feel as if that has not been an issue for me. What are your thoughts on mini LED? I haven't seen a mini LED display, but obviously mini LED, if it ever like comes down in price and like so on and so forth, like I think it could be like a really impressive technology that like kind of solves some of the OLED problems, right? My Pilates teacher liked the cake. That's great. I'm so glad. Jesus Christ, Accurate. Take a deep breath, dude. Accurate, I think you need to go to the gym, pump some iron, and get hit on by some girls, dude.
Solicitud aprobada. Refuerzos en camino.
Say that line to a girl at the gym. I'm sure they'll love it, dude. Dude, I need some fucking ammo. I probably shouldn't fuck with that. I need to find a POI. I don't think that has ammo spawns at it. I mean, there is ammo spawns here. I'm just gonna piss off a lot of things.
Disparando descarga orbital. Falta zona.
What did he say? Well, he just said, which cake?
Puesto de avanzada.
Cake often referred to as the buttocks. So he was making a joke. Was the Pilates teacher complimenting your butt, or was he complimenting your cake? Ah, fuck. I didn't see him. Fuck! Wasn't paying attention. Pilates always compliments my butt. Well, then it was an accurate question. Never mind then. What up, Stoney? The fuck? Oh. Damn, the range on that is so low. How the hell did I miss that? We should probably do C first. Oh, hey. Hey. Chargers have fine cakes. You know they do. I didn't see it, bro. Ah, god damn it, mines. Oh, I didn't see it. Fuck, man. I want a small butt. You have a great petite butt, Annie. What do you think of my cake? It's fantastic. I want a flat ass. And if I eat off of it, does that mean it's flat enough to eat off of it? Is that a compliment? Flat ass makes sitting down pain. Less of a cushion, right? We're going far today, huh? I mean, you guys are moving wild. I'm feeding off the energy that you guys have, okay? You guys have this energy going on, all right? I didn't start this. Oh my god, Maple, what? I said eat off of, you heard me. Jesus, why? Oh my god. You guys, I'm just matching energy with energy, you know? Chat is a reflection of the streamer. The streamer is a reflection of the chat. We inspire each other, okay? Don't pretend like we don't. It goes both ways. This is like those American politicians that say, like, you know, video games make violent people, alright? Relax there. You created this environment. You could end this talk at any time. What am I, a Nazi? What the hell? Mabel's a groomer. No, I'm a lover, okay? I love big butts, I cannot lie. All my characters in video games are attractive. I'm just trying to make them look like Annie, okay? I rarely succeed because they don't always, you know, capture her beauty. Well, I appreciate the honesty. Hey, I'm an open book. I don't lie to you guys. I am who I am. I'm human. I don't know, but the Eagles are killing a lot of hell. That's one way to change the subject, Luna. Your team is a bunch of goobers. They are definitely a bunch of goobers, but I imagine they are probably in a Discord or some kind of team chat laughing their asses off. So I'd say that's a net positive. Tell me the numbers on your credit card. You want the silly little numbers on the back? 69 420. $80085. Nice. Yeah. Maple's lying. Those are my numbers. Silly numbers on the back. Hey, that's how you convince a inept individual to fork over some sensitive numbers, you know? Oh, they're just silly. Don't worry about them. Damn, close. Mine's 8008135. Damn. Those are some nice numbers, dude. Have they been artificially altered? Or are they natural? How popular is it in Europe to see someone that has had a boob job? I don't spend too much time in Europe, so I have no idea. Is it like fairly popular? I've never seen anyone. Now, is that because it's like done well? Or is that because you've actually just never seen anyone? I don't know. I don't leave my basement. I don't go. That's like half the answers. Well, I don't know. I don't leave the basement. Well, I don't know. Streamer, you expect me to leave the basement and tell you? I don't know. Streamer, what do you want about? There's something that happens outside? Lol, Maples. What's up, Annie? Annie, send me something new. What is this? Why are we lolling, Annie? Who's that picture with? Who is that? Who is that? There's no lolling. You just lolled. What do you mean there's no lolling? Just a friend. Huh? Man's dressed like he just got off the runway. And you better not be sharing that cake. He was a model. I could tell! You probably walked the runway with him. He's too pretty, boy, don't worry. What the hell does that even mean? Maybe wants his number. I do! I'll set him up with you, Chad, don't worry. This one, I think I'm done. Another one. Another one. Another one. Alright, we're finally done. Jesus. That was fun. He's probably a 0.3 KD. Oh my god, I thought I saw a shadow of something behind me. Am I paranoid? Oh my god. I'm not a pretty boy? I'm not a pretty boy. I'm not a pretty boy. You're a pretty boy for gamers. Yes, you are. Wait, why you gotta put that suffix there? For gamer. Huh? Like, for a gamer, I'm a pretty boy? Like, what is it? What are you calling gamers ugly? Yeah, for a gamer you are. Oh my god. That's like saying, like, you know, for an ugly person, you're pretty attractive, I guess. Wow. 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 And he is going for the throat. You guys twisting what I say. I mean, that is part of the joke, Annie, yes. We're just messing around. You guys twisting my words. Annie, we're messing around. Okay, for example, you guys don't dress like that. Yeah, but I could. Oh my god, I walked into a fucking another minefield. Pay attention, Tom. Thomas, pay attention. Jesus. I think we want to go this way, actually. It's a nest. You guys wear, like, PlayStation shirts. What, you got? Are you saying those are ugly? Oh my god. No, it's not. But it's not pretty boy wear. I think I understand where she's coming from, chat. So she says I'm wearing ugly boy wear. Right. I think I deciphered that correctly, right? Twitch chat's a minefield. It typically is. This guy just running away. He's going so far. He's gonna come back and kill me, dude. Mark my words. Oh, now everybody's dead. Fuck. Just like waiting for that other guy to show up. I would not be caught in a PlayStation shirt. Why? What's wrong with the PlayStation? Dude, they look great. They're a good-looking PlayStation shirt, man. What the hell? You take that back. It's a good-looking shirt. It's stylish as hell. What are those shoes in the picture? Like yours? Yours are beautiful. His? I don't even know. I think they're just called expensive. That's how I would define them. Out of my tax bracket would maybe be the next one. Sony is stinky, so no PlayStation shirt. Oh my god. I dislike one policy Sony has. I must hate them for life. Even though they make great games and have made great games for a very long time. And their shirt's just stylish. But dude, that one policy! I must form my entire opinion around it. There's no middle ground. Most gamers wear sneakers. Well, I wear moccasins. Okay. How's that? Is that stylish? Do you want to see them? Hell yeah. You see QLED displays. Is everything... Wait, what's up, Sky? Those are Uggs. No, they're not. Oh my god, lol, Maple, you're silly. I'm not silly, okay? I'm serious. Those are Uggs type. They're moccasins, okay? Those are cut down Uggs. Well, for them to be Uggs, I would have had to spend a bunch of money. I got them at Costco for $25, so... Go well with the white socks. Thank you. I saved a lot of money buying those socks. Those are dad bod sneakers. Wow. They are extremely comfortable, mind you. They showed a prototype. CSS. Oh, you're talking about like OLED and... Well, I mean, they say that every year that there's no burn-in. And I mean, technically they're right. If you follow all of the instructions and do the thing, there should be no burn-in. People hate PlayStation, but hate PlayStation. I mean, it's just 2025, right? They dislike one thing about a thing, so that must be their entire impression of a thing. Even though it's like so nuanced, right? Like, there's so much more complexity to like a topic or an opinion, but today's day and age, dude, you dislike one thing. I hate this thing. You like one thing. I love this thing. There's no middle ground anymore. Like, yeah, Sony has some, like, very stupid policies as a company. You know? Tied to, like, PSN and stuff like that. Are they the only ones? No. Is it really that impactful to your gaming experience? Not really. But thus, I hate them. To credit, they seem to dial back a lot of PSN stuff. They are slowly changing it. They're hearing it. I believe there's just some amount of bureaucracy. They're slow to change. Sony in general is slow to change. It's because they're so big, right? I dislike Sony before the Helldivers controversy. Well, you're missing out on a lot of games. They make some great fucking games, man. And the consoles have been very good over the last 20 years. Like most corporations. Yeah, exactly. Name 3. Good Sony games? You gotta be shitting me. Seriously? Knack. Knack too. I mean, I love Knack just because what's his face made videos on him. Donkey. And those are some great YouTube content right there. But seriously, are you serious? Same PS2? What's the last good console? Wait, really? Like you Can't tell if you're trolling, dog. Because the laundry list of games that has come out since the PlayStation 2 era is very large. Sony makes some absolutely banging games. That's why they're so successful. Like, we could sit here for a while and name games. Ooh! I couldn't. Damn it. Unfortunate. But like, even still, it's not like... Like, are we just gonna, like, forget that Sony made all those great games back in the day? Like, we forget everything? Like, even if we, like, don't like anything past, you know... Like, if we just don't like anything past, like, PlayStation 2, we're just gonna forget that they made all those great games? How was the SM2 update? It was alright. Why the airburst? It's fun. What Xbox exclusives this gen are good? That's a tough one. And then which ones are still exclusive? That's the second part. Fuck. But I don't think it's about as like, this is like an Xbox versus PlayStation conversation. I think this is just like a... They don't enjoy PlayStation. Since PlayStation 2. I mean, Sony games generally don't come to PC, and when they do, the ports are often not great. That's not true. The vast majority of them are actually very good. Spider-Man port, Ratchet & Clank port, the Spyro, what was it? Crash Bandicoot port, God of War port. What are some other ones? Ghost of Tsushima port. Like, the thing is that people only remember the bad ones because they get the most attention. Because they get the most press. So that's just unfair. Like, PlayStation ports are actually the best out of all of the console manufacturers that come to PC. They are the most consistently good compared to like Xbox and stuff like that, right? Like Nixies is... Oh, I forgot the Horizon series. Both Horizon games are very well optimized for PC and very well done. Don't get me wrong, I like to poke fun at Sony too. Hey, I will criticize Sony just as much as the next guy, but I just like to put it in perspective because it's like... I think often, like, we just have extremely negative media, especially content creators, that love to just shit on things as, like, the primary, like, way of making content. And that, like, usually is, like, it's just really popular to hate on Sony. Days Gone was also a really good PC port, yeah. Like, it's just really popular to shit on Sony. And I feel like that sometimes just, like, alters our opinion on it because it's just so popular to do so. You mostly only hear the negative things, you know, talked about. Ooh, please don't hit me. I don't think I have enough ammo for this. No, I don't. Ah, it bounces. Oh, fuck. Wait, your stomach's broken. Oh, it's probably some desync. Yeah, I'm out of ammo. I have to, like, bait a charger into killing it, I guess. Also, Returnal. Returnal had some problems, though. There were a couple issues with some PCs. I personally didn't have any issues running a Returnal, but I do remember reading the Steam reviews of some people having issues. My whole team is dead. It badass to be bummed out about everything. That's definitely a take. Is Helldivers a port? I think you could probably argue it is. Because it was probably built for the PlayStation first. With 60 FPS as like a main goal. So yeah. Probably? What the fuck was that? I just need ammo. I can easily do this. I just need ammo. Oh, what the f— you gotta be kidding me. There's no fucking way. I'm being trolled. Oh my god. My leg's broken, I'm dead. Yeah, leg broke. Ghost of Tsushima is probably the best iteration of Ubisoft that Ubisoft has ever done. Great game. Love that game. It's just so cinema. Great story, especially near the end. Ghost of Tsushima. Sucker Punch is not Ubisoft. Yeah, they're not. They just used Ubisoft's formula, but they improved on it immensely. It's not a perfect game, because obviously there's some like side quests and stuff like that that are like very Ubisoft uninspired, but overall the game is like fantastic. If you're interested in that combat style and like just feudal Japan in general, very good game. Very good game. Very excited for Ghost of Yote. Gameplay wise, I think Helldivers and Returnal are the best things they put out in years. Oh sure, yeah. Creed's a fantastic game, just not for me. That's fair. Hey, absolutely. Different strokes for different folks. Right? Absolutely. But I'm just putting it out there that like Sony still makes a lot of really good games. They just might not be for you. Right? God of War games are like chef's kiss. Spider-Man, I enjoyed the first Spider-Man game that was PC ported. It was fun. I didn't like Miles Morales nearly as much. It kind of felt like just a DLC. The Ratchet and Clank reboot, although it doesn't have the same writing as the original PS2 games, I still think it was very fun to play. And it looked really good. Ran really well, too. Obviously, the Horizon series has been very nice. Aye, aye, Captain. wonder if they'll ever make like another Killzone game though. Surely they will, right? One day we'll get a Killzone game. Like one day they'll be like, ah, yeah, that IP, we should get someone to make that. Love Zero Dawn. The second one was a slog. I didn't find it a slog, but it definitely wasn't as good. Like, I found the story of Zero Dawn kept me interested the entire way through, and I kept wanting to, like, progress, and I just loved the story. The second one was, like... I found the second one that, like, I enjoyed that it went for more of a sci-fi angle. Like, intergalactic sci-fi angle. But it largely just felt like a DLC, right? Which was kind of disappointing. Not very much changed with Forbidden West. It definitely was an improvement, but you know. Combat isn't deep enough for me to keep interested. Yeah, for me it was the story that kept me truly interested in Horizon. If you turn up the difficulty, it does become quite a bit deeper though, I will say, in Horizon. Because it gets quite a bit harder, and you need to then start utilizing certain mechanics that you normally wouldn't in the lower difficulties. They'll announce a third-party. I'm sure they will. The chain explosions. The Infamous series. Apparently there is an Infamous game coming back. And that was also a very good PS3. It's PS3, right? Or is it PS4? Oh, I think it was PS3, right? It was on PS3? PS3 era game. Fantastic. So I'm hoping whatever comes out of that IP, that reboot, is good. Guys, there literally is an Infamous game coming. It's in some form of development right now. But the sponginess gets too spongy too, which is it. Well, I mean, that's the thing though, is that then you have to learn, you have to interact with the monster better. Because the TTK, even on the hardest difficulty, is actually really fast if you utilize the weakness of every animal. It reminds me of Monster Hunter Wild, or just Monster Hunter in general, where you have to learn the weaknesses of every monster, and it gets a lot better. So that's what I'm saying, is that you have to interact with these like systems that you normally wouldn't, right? Because every animal has like a weakness, and learning that weakness and how to best exploit it with different weapons, and like making a build, because there is like different builds that you can do to utilize that, is like very satisfying personally. But I didn't interact with that when the difficulty was lower, because most of the time enemies just died, right? You could kind of hit them, you know, aim for the head, and then you're good. But like that giant like enemy in the first Horizon game, right? Like it's all about like, well, if you shoot off his cannons and utilize his cannons, and then like you can utilize the cannons to then break open his like heart area and then shoot into his heart. Like the TTK on it is like incredibly fast, even in the hardest difficulty. But you got to know to do that, or to do that, right? Which is very satisfying when you figure it out. Like every animal in Horizon has that kind of mechanic in some form. They have a kryptonite, and you just have to discover it and utilize it. Played the frick out of Infamous 2. Probably the first game media where I cried. Oh man. The elephant things were super tough. They were. I remember that. I remember fighting the one on the ice lake really high in the mountains. Because you have like no cover. That was a pretty tough fight. On the hardest difficulty. That was pretty tough. I didn't mind the fire bears personally. I think it's just my build kind of beat the shit out of them. But Helldivers is only PC and PlayStation, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't hold my breath for it coming to Xbox. I believe that's a pretty far-fetched one. I had a really fun time playing hard difficulties, like Shredder Gauntlet build. Love that weapon. I didn't give the Shredder Gauntlet enough... Oh my fucking god. I didn't give the Shredder Gauntlet enough time until later on. And I was like, oh shit, it's actually fun. Sony's not going to help Microsoft, exactly. They aren't. Anyways, I'm excited for the third Horizon game. I hope it doesn't feel like a DLC to the second game. You know what I mean? I want it to seem more of like a proper evolution rather than just, well, that's another iteration, right? Because, like, I get it. Forbidden West was really just a bigger version and more polished version of the first game. They added some depth of new weapons and they, you know, just made a bigger map and stuff like that, right? It's prettier and so on and so forth. But, like, I feel like there wasn't really that many meaningful changes other than mobility. You know, giving you the glider and, you know, the dinosaur you can fly later. I haven't played Spider-Man 2 yet, so I can't comment on that. Not really a fan of the IP either. I mean, Spider-Man, I'm just like... I'm so over heroes at the moment. I just don't care for them. I'm just kind of over, like, Marvel and stuff. Love the tear arrows, so did I. They were very satisfying, and the sound, I can still hear them in my head. I was building like this, like, it was like the power arrow that did like explosive damage and terror shots. I was like mostly building into that, and I just found that very satisfying. All right, I might give it another go in the future. If I got like 40k Rogue Trader, very good game. Very good game. I haven't played it myself, but I've been watching people play it occasionally, and yeah. There's also a new Painkiller game they're making. Yeah, Pips was showing it to me. It looks like Destiny meets Doom, I guess. Is there a trailer here? There's no trailer here. Like, essentially, like, the combat reminds me of, like, kind of like a Doom Eternal. But then it's, like, 3-player co-op. Right? So it ends up kind of feeling like a strike from, like, Destiny, and you have powers, kind of like Destiny. It'll be a very, like, mobile-focused, like, shooter. Co-op shooter. Which are very popular these days, so... Cool. So I look forward to trying this out. I look forward to trying it out. It looks cool too. The aesthetic of it is kinda generic Demon Slayer, but it's got its own, like, you know, twisted world vibe to it. Which is a little different. I really thought you were looking at a page of, like, Doom Medieval. No, not Doom Dark Ages. But I'm not surprised you said that. Space Union 2 is probably, like, the best superhero movie. Oh, you like play... Oh, like... Gotcha, I understand what you mean. You play Get the Fuck Out? No, I haven't played that. I've watched other people play it. What do you think of Eternal? The base game Eternal is, like, my favorite FPS game I think I've ever played. Like, this, it was so satisfying to play. Like, that first playthrough was so challenging at times, and it was just so, For those who don't know, I played through Doom Eternal in one sitting. Took me 18 hours on the hardest difficulty to get from start to back on day one. It probably would have been less, but my internet went out, so I had to like pause the stream for about like 2 hours. But yeah, one sitting. It was so fun. I loved it. Very memorable time. I fucking adored that game. And it's like, I really enjoyed Doom 2016 a lot, right? But it wasn't fast-paced enough. I loved how fast-paced Eternal was. It felt like the skill ceiling was like almost limitless. Like I could keep improving. And I love that. I love a game that I feel like I can keep improving as I play. It's very satisfying. Guess what's coming out next month? Doom Dark Ages, I know, yeah. Very excited. Kind of miffed about id fucked over Gordon. Well, the full story there is that Gordon also didn't make it good on himself. There was some contractual stuff that he didn't meet. So it was kind of like just a breakdown in relationship in general. Cautiously optimistic about it? Yeah. I don't know if I'll like Dark Ages. It's a very much a slowed down version of Eternal, so we'll see. But hopefully I'll like the melee and the parrying, which I normally like in games, so we'll see. Yeah, the whole Mick Gordon thing is very unfortunate. Very sad. I'm surprised nobody has like picked up Mick Gordon to like do a soundtrack for their game, honestly. Because he did a fantastic job on the Doom games. I'm obsessed with Remnant 2 again. Where the hell is the next year content, or what the hell are they working on right now? That's my question. I love Remnant. But like, what are they doing right now? I think the trailer only looks slow. I mean, we saw a gameplay of like content creators playing. It was still slow. Now, I guess you could say like the content creators are just bad, but like the thing is that in Doom Eternal, like you're incredibly fast from the get-go, and everybody was fast from the get-go, you know? We made Killer Instinct. Wait, which one's Killer Instinct?
Solicitud aprobada, desplegando refuerzos.
I don't even remember Killer Instinct. I don't think I even saw this game. What game is it? Is this just a beat 'em up game? Like a Street Fighter? I don't even know that game. Yeah, the devs said themselves for the devs said themselves that Doom 1 was like, you know, you are Doom Guy. Doom Eternal is Doom Guy in a fighter ship, or like a fighter jet. And then Doom Dark Ages is like Doom Guy in a tank, right? Oh! I trust in them. I do too, but like at the same time, like, will it be the type of game that I enjoy? Right? I'm going to, you know, take out my crystal ball right now and tell you that I believe the perception of Doom Dark Ages will be pretty negative, because there's a lot of people that loved the high intensity speed of Doom Eternal. And the fact that we are regressing away from that, I feel like there's going to be a lot of people that especially are in the hardcore side of Doom Eternal that are going to like dislike it. So like I hope it's still fun, but I do think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be left sad. So, we'll see. I think Killer Instinct came out before you were born. Well, I mean, released in 2017. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's before I was born. You're right.
Saludos, helldivers. La guerra galáctica te
Doom Dark Ages seems somewhere in the middle of like the first game and the second game to some extent. So I can see why they're slowing it. I can see you too, but like what you do is you just give people playstyles, in my opinion. Right? I think Doom Dark Ages would have done well if they just allowed you to go as fast as you want or to go as slow as you want, give you more options. Because I can understand that Doom Eternal was not everybody's like cup of tea, in the sense that like, you know, they might not have wanted to play fast, they wanted to play slower, right? But that's where like Doom Dark Ages could have come in and be like, well, here's a shield if you want to use it. So that's where I'm worried, is that like they're gonna force you to play slower essentially. And because like that's the gameplay loop, and there's gonna be people like myself that are like, well, I would have liked the option to play slow if I wanted to, but I don't want to. I want to play fast, and then I could like mix it in. So sus survey. Who should text first after first date? Yeah, Annie woke me up to this question. GG's. They really did punish you if you played Doom Eternal slow. Yeah, I mean, the arenas on purpose were like made quite like small, and the spawns were usually behind you, so you couldn't really just like hold down a spot, or you had to stay moving. A lot of projectiles were quite fast, so you couldn't just like sidestep them, you had to dodge. A lot of enemies were very deadly, so you had to deal with them fast. Like, so... I think most people are going to say girl in this poll. I don't know. Being that most of the demographic of the stream is men, I think most people are going to say girl. What up, Psydox? How are you? Bonjour. I think it's good that, though, to somewhat like force people to adapt and learn new plays to play. Oh, I agree. I agree. To some extent, that's why I didn't understand all the hate for the guy in Doom Eternal with the shield. I actually quite enjoyed playing against that enemy. You know, they were always like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, I gotta deal with this guy. Right? Because it forces you to, like, play differently, right? It's not the same type of demon. Where are the gentlemen at? Oh my god. Oh my... What the... I foresaw it in my head. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. Holy shit. That was terrifying. How do you turn on the crosshair aiming? It's in the settings. It's called under HUD. You'll see it. Show crosshair. Very straightforward. Is she trying to troll? Dude, I swear that eagle was trying to aim at me. Because that fucker was already dead. And they were like, now let's make sure he's absolutely dead. Let's, you know, double tap him. He's making a move. Make her bigger. She gets bigger. Dude, where the hell are all the shells? Oh, they're there. What I told Annie this morning was like, I think men and women should have equal responsibility for it. I'm a modern man. We talk all about equal rights, and then all of a sudden, nope. Men have to pay for the dinner, and men have to text first. What the hell? Abel's a sweetheart. Probably that's what he is. I mean, I did text first. But it's like, I don't think there should be an expectation, you know? We go Dutch. What does that mean? We're wearing like wooden shoes? Like what? I'd rather not wear wooden shoes and cut people off in F1 races and shove them off the track. I'd rather not. Do we have to do Dutch? Only the F1 fans will get that joke. Lamau! Hopefully he got it. He got it, boys. He got it. Back off. You okay, dude? I don't think he was okay. He was waving at me. Was he trying to sue for peace? What's your prediction? World champion this year? I mean, we'll see how it goes with Lando, but I think Lando has the best chance just because their car is extremely good. But I mean, Piastri's doing a lot better. He's a lot more consistent. He's like getting into its zone, so like it's possible that Piastri could like mess with him. Max Verstappen's always a Max Verstappen. He always manages to pull something off that always impresses people. Look at Suzuka. But he also doesn't have a fantastic car. So. And he doesn't exactly have a teammate to help him. So. It's going to be a challenging one for him. Yeah, Piastri's doing a much better job this year for sure. So, I mean, we'll have to see. Which is really exciting, right? Both McLaren drivers are very capable. Ferrari's up there, like they're not doing terrible. Obviously, the Chinese Grand Prix was such a clusterfuck for them. So, we'll see. But even like the midfield is actually really exciting. You know, seeing Gasly do so well. Haas is doing pretty damn well, and then you see, obviously they have two very good, capable drivers at Williams. Like, there's a lot of positives going on this season. I'm pretty happy with it. And I like to see that Lewis is actually doing pretty well in the Ferrari, right? Like, he's not doing poor at all. Like, and it's not easy to transition from one team to another. It's not easy at all, so it's pretty damn impressive. I'm a good driver. I bet you cut people off all the time and just yell cunt at them. Teo, you're probably the most Aussie man driver ever. Oh my god. Nobody cares about super samples. I mean, that's not because of power creep. That's just because super samples are useless. That was a way too close of a throw, brother. Run back, guys. You're just gonna waste our revives. You stand there. Stand back, guys. Come on. I'm impressed that guy hasn't died yet. When do we think we're gonna get a new mech? I have no idea. It seems like they're focusing on other types of stratagems rather than just giving us like an already given stratagem. But I'm hoping that we just get customization for them, right? That would just be really cool. It's not something that I absolutely want, because I'm pretty satisfied with our current two mechs, but like if you're asking me like, do I want them to work on a brand new type of stratagem, or do I want them to work on a new mech? You know which one I'm gonna pick, right? Like the APC! That's a good question. Like, would I rather get the APC or a new mech? Absolutely, the new APC, right? Like, there's no context. Whoever texts first is the most guts, confidence, charm. Me. The way I put it, it's usually the person who has, you know, more interest, right? But I definitely do not like the whole mind games thing where you, like, quote-unquote play hard to get. God, that shit is so annoying. Don't play games. Just be forward and honest. The guy doesn't test me after 3 days, it's over. Yeah, I mean, that's totally fair. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. If a girl did that to me, I probably wouldn't say it's over, but I would basically be like, oh, you remembered I exist. Oh, sick.
Paquete adquirido.
I would definitely be less into the idea because it's like, damn, 3 days? What the hell? Will you try Oblivion Remastered? Depends how it looks and plays. Like, to some extent, I don't fucking remember anything about Oblivion. Ah, shit, I thought I could get that. Fuck! I don't really remember anything about Oblivion, so it's one of those, like, plays that would actually be quite fun. Because, like, I really don't remember much about Oblivion. There's, like, little things here and there, but, like, it's been so long since I played it. Like, I was quite young when I played it. Like, it's like, what, 15 years ago? Since I last played it? Like, that's an insane. Those people's pickup line? You want to see pictures of my new cats? I'm not joking. That was literally the pickup line. That's how I got Annie to actually let me DM her. I got that cat riz, you know? And then from there, the rest is history. Luna, best wingman. Thanks, Luna. Luna and Bear. I think that was too high. It was. I don't really want to use the rocket. We'll just use the rocket. Calling a resupply, not on us. Ah, he should have. Why didn't he go for him? He was so much closer to him. I thought I was safe. Ah, I'm stuck. Unfortunate. Yeah, we might be able to survive. Just gotta keep spamming stims. Medic armor OP. We'll eventually get out. Come on, dude. That was his body not despawning. Ah, shit. I think we're about to fail. Yeah, it's not despawning. Yeah, we're dead. The body just won't despawn. That sucks. Oh, now it despawns. Great. We said too many people doing too many random shit. They weren't helping with the objective. That sucks. I think this will be our first fail, possibly. Dude, don't start it. Just run away. It's not worth it. No. You're not doing that solo, bud. Not with a spear. Just wait for the cooldown. Let's wait for everybody to respawn. I can't believe this guy actually thought he was gonna finally go touch the flag now. Hell no. Oh shit, he's gonna die to the DSS. Oh my god, he almost did. Jesus Christ. I think teammate gets revived first. Ah, shit. I don't know. Yeah, I think this mission's basically over. Too many deaths too early on. Ghosting is still a viable tactic, right? Why, for relationships? Don't recommend. But I guess maybe some people are into that.
Quedan 20 minutos de misión.
I'm a bot diver, but the Preds are growing on me. T-plane stonks go way up. Oh, yeah. Playing with a team on Preds definitely helps. Absolutely. Cover each other's backs.
Destructor aliado uniéndose al escuadrón. Desplegando helldiver.
Marcando ubicación. Da igual. Patrulla enemiga. Noreste.
That plan doesn't work for guys, at least. It kind of does. I find it kind of does. Not look. Yeah, I mean it kind of does. When you're not looking for love, it can appear. It kind of does. I think women are more willing to approach guys nowadays. Fuck. Immediately died too. DSS. Ah, so fucking unfortunate. I was just like trying to run away from my teammates there, and it, yeah. DSS is both your best friend and your worst nightmare. It sucks. Instead of waiting another 3+ minutes to play, I'm just gonna let someone else play. Unfortunate. Ooh, we got a rematch. I like that. We'll do like a similar build, I guess. You need to go outside, though. I mean, I didn't go outside to find Annie, so. Do you play with randoms so often and not with your viewer friend groups? I'm just curious. So the main thing is that oh, they failed. What was I trying to say? Got distracted. What was I gonna say? Fuck. I tend to want to do a like random matchmaking because it keeps my opinion on the game very like accurate. I find if you play the game too much solo or too much in a certain friend group, it will cause you to think certain things are the way they are because you don't have like a bigger perspective on the game, right? You'll never have a full understanding of a game, right? But at the end of the day, like I feel like I have a pretty good understanding of the game because I ran a matchbank. On top of that, because of the times I stream, my friend groups aren't awake. Most of the people I'm friends with, I tend to just not be able to play with them. You'll see me play with other content creators, especially now that they're like friends of mine. But many of them are not going to be playing Helldivers when there's not that much content coming out. They're going to go play other games. Because I'm a streamer, you kind of want to stay consistent with a game. It's kind of like constantly swapping games as a streamer is like very risky and scary to do. Because I won't be able to support myself. Many people here are only here for Helldivers. It is what it is. Right? So I just kind of have to some extent like expect that to be the case. And, you know, I just play a lot of Helldivers, even though a lot of my friends don't want to play Helldivers anymore, right? I'm here for you. Thank you. Thank you. I'd watch you play other games. And I will be playing other games. There just aren't any other games that I want to play right now. I'm in this like mood for more Helldivers. But as far as like playing with you guys, I have like an incentive, like anyone who like does like the higher tier, you know, memberships on YouTube, or, you know, anyone who does like a tier 3 on Twitch. I'll let you guys join in Mana Games. I don't mind. It's like a thank you for you guys. It's a hell of a lot of support when you guys do that, so get back to you guys. SM2 update was pretty good. Yeah, I mean, it was alright. I've played so much SM2 that the update is like, eh. Like if I was still like on like my first like leveling of my characters, or like I was still pretty new to the game, I think I'd be more interested in playing more SM2. It's just, you know, I did the new mission a couple times on the PTR, did the mission a couple times. For you know, the main update, and I feel like I'm kind of done. Like until the thing, like I could keep forcing myself to play, but it's like I feel like I'd be doing myself a disservice if I continue forcing myself to play. They need to add a new class. Apparently they're working on one. I would assume that it might be at the 1-year update, Itzuma, which kind of makes sense. So I'm guessing somewhere around the 1-year update we'll probably receive a new class for Space Marines 2. That's my guess. But man, is that update going to be awkward, because you can only have one of each class in a fire team. Imagine how awkward that experience is going to be when the new class comes out. Like, what a clusterfuck that's going to be. Right? Like, imagine how awkward that's going to be when they add that new class and everybody wants to use the new class. If they don't change... Watch out, Stalker. Watch out, watch out. Move, 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 move. I can't shoot him. My man was, like, AFK. He must be listening to some really loud music. There's so few stalkers, man. You'd swear this is not a stalker variant. I think I've seen like 2. There's another. Oh my god, I'm blind. Flashbang. Nice job, guys. See, that's the teamwork you love to see on this, you know? That's how you do it. Watch out, TSS. It's kind of amazing how long HG2 manages to stay interesting. Can't really expect that for most PvE games. Yeah, and the way I liken it is the ongoing campaign, the sheer quantity of like content and mixing and matching you can do in the game. And then the last part is they've been doing a very good job of like adding things at a fairly regular basis, right? It's very impressive, right? The sandboxy enough. Yeah, exactly. You know, there's like the procedural generation. There's the good variety of like different enemies you can run into with different quantities, different builds, right? Like, it's very impressive. Most games like Space Marine 2 can't do that because the missions are incredibly linear and they're the same every time. They often will change, obviously, with the spawn patterns, but like that doesn't give you that much extra content. The classes also are pretty rugged. And the devs are trying to improve that, but the player base seems to be not super receptive to it. Like we had a giant conversation the other day about like the heavy and stomping when we were playing Space Marines 2. And like some players just were like so upset that there was a stomp build on heavy, and it's like, well, that's what gives the game more legs, right? Is like adding more ways to play each class. It can give the game indirectly like more ways to like enjoy it, right? And that's like one thing that this game does really well, is that there's so many different ways to play each faction, right? And then on top of that, there's 3 factions, right? Which is really big. Space Marines 2 also has a faction that people just don't like, right? Chaos side, the vast majority of players just don't like it, me included. It's just not nearly as fun as Tyranids. And I would argue that like a lot of it comes down to like, it's kind of similar to when bots were first introduced into this game, right? When we first got them. Bots were just extremely punishing because of a bug. And it was mostly because like range combat was too powerful. And it's the same thing in Space Marines 2, in my opinion. The bots, or sorry, the chaos in Space Marines 2 are just too obnoxious at range. The game feels good when you're either meleeing enemies or shooting at melee enemies. But some amount of ranged enemies are important to like change the gameplay up. But that doesn't seem to happen enough. Soccer alert right here. Right? And like Space Marines 2, like Chaos Combat, it's so much shooting. And you just take so much plink damage. And the game isn't a cover-based shooter, so if you're ever in a situation where there isn't much cover around, it feels really bad. And then on top of that, it feels bad when you're like meleeing something and just getting shot from every angle. That also doesn't feel very good. So, I love Space Marines 2. It's just they still have to figure out how to better like fit chaos into the game. I miss the Gloom. City maps are cool. I miss them too, but I think it's better for the game to maybe like hold off on more Gloom until they fix the performance issues that Gloom maps have. And also wait for better stability on NVIDIA drivers and stuff like that. Because there's also that, which is affecting performance. Those city maps were just really bad performance. Like it's not acceptable. And on top of that, NVIDIA had bad drivers. There's a new driver update today, right? I think I saw it when I popped on my game or my computer. Is there new drivers today? Yeah, there are. Has anyone tried them out yet? Nothing to spend your samples on. Yeah, I mean, there's a hope that like they know we need more progression systems. That was something we talked about a lot in Stockholm. So I suspect it's coming. Just give it time. They know. They know. They're not blind to that feedback. They know. Wait, that's really close. Oh, that was way too close. Downloading as we speak. Yeah, let me know how it is. Reason why people don't open up to everyone is because they get feeling of random matchmaking. It's tough because the line there it gets complicated. It's very draining. Fair enough. Mm-hmm. Oh, didn't reload. Dude, brain, please. No! Oh, fuck. Thought he'd miss at least one of those. I just want to stay close to the flag. There we go. Woo. We're good. I really want to grab those samples, but the game will not let me. Also, I didn't notice much drop in Gloom Cities, so it's probably a CPU issue. I mean, Gloom Cities are a bit of both. They're very GPU demanding. Because basically the problem with Gloom Cities is that, like, they stay rendered in no matter what. So anytime you look towards the center of the map, or, like, towards the city, you will lose a tremendous amount of CPU. And then on top of that, Gloom Cities have the Gloom units, which have a crazy amount of fog, right, and volumetrics, which also does affect performance a lot. And then on top of that, the game's already CPU demanding. So it's just like in general, like it was just extremely like crazy on performance. Like, I didn't notice it that bad as other people, but there's a lot of reports of, like, people sitting in the 30s or 20s. So it might have something to do with, like, less modern GPUs with texture streaming, or just, like, a higher amount of, like, demand on, like, certain parts of the graphics card or CPU. Not sure. Maybe it's RAM speed. I'm not sure exactly, but there's definitely some people that were getting, like, really, really low FPS, which sucks. Like, it was playable for me, but I also have, like, a very expensive computer, so... bit unfair to compare. Well timed 500 from that guy. Jeez. He predicted that. Hopefully the 120 doesn't kill me. Fingers crossed. Ooh. Oh my god, there's a charger. No! Aw, I thought my teammate was watching my back. What do you mean expensive? Doesn't everybody have a 4090? If only. Oh man, I love this song, but it's so quiet. I loved listening to this song. I think the first time I heard this song was when I was playing Gran Turismo. I can't remember which Gran Turismo was on the soundtrack for this one. I think it was Gran Turismo 3. Might have been Gran Turismo 2. God damn. Cult's great. It's a classic boomer music. Boomer tune. Whoa. 50. Wait, you're from Iceland, Gemini? Here in Iceland, actually are pretty cheap. Always in stock, but they like are not selling. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't either. That'd be crazy to buy a 5090 with all like the bad press on the power cable and like the problems with the drivers. It's just, yeah, it's. I definitely was thinking about it, but I'm kind of glad I did not go for it. The 9070 XT prices are increasing. Yeah, as the popularity of the card goes up, it will definitely affect it, I'm sure. Unfortunate. This is kind of bad. Keep picking up more and more enemies to hit me. Oh my god, I got lucky he missed. My 4070 is doing well for me. Good card. But I do hope that the 9060 and 9060 XT that are most likely planned to come out in May will also help the 9070 buyers, you know? There's hope there. That sucks. I think my emplacement fell on the wrong spot too, so I didn't kill it. That was just unfortunate right there. Hunter jumps at me at a bad time. Ball Titan spawns, so I'm trying to rush to kill it. Oh no. God damn it. Dude, it's still not dead. Ah, shit. And my game won't fucking mantle. Mantle, goddammit! I'll play through that far enough. They'll sell out on the first order, and the last... I don't know what you just said, but okay. 9800 XRD. Definitely jealous of that CPU. I am controlling myself and not buying a 98... Oh my god, what the fuck is happening? Dude, it's still not dead? God fucking damn it. Well, we're fucked. And none of my teammates seem to be wanting to kill it, so we're kind of fucked. We're about to have like 10 Ball Titans. Ah. This is kind of fucked. We're so fucked. Dude. We still haven't killed it. Oh my god. We haven't even gotten lucky and had like a ball titan kill it by accident. Oh, wait. If that guy looks towards me, I can kill him, and then he'll fall on it. There we go, we got it! Let's go! Holy shit, someone did it. He immediately died. Unfortunate. Thank you, DSS. You got him, dude. I just don't like the state of the market. I don't think anyone does. Unless you're a scalper. Too many gamers, not enough product. Oh yeah, absolutely, Megat. I would also get a 9800 X3D if I was buying now. I just have a 7800 X3D, so there's no point in me upgrading. Now they're stuck with 5 billion worth of AI product. People are still buying them. They're not stuck with it. And even if they only sell like one, you know, AI card, it's worth so many, you know, so many gamer cards, right? Like the profit margin is stupid. It's dumb. So now, guys, I assume you mean the 7800 X3D? There is no 9700 X3D. Your driver seem to work fine. Not that I really have that much of a problem with the old one. That's good. Mess up the numbers. Gotcha. I mean, the reason why it's like that is because the difference between the two CPUs is not that big, but also they stopped making the 7800 X3D, so naturally the price will not decrease, and actually it will kind of increase on the 7800 X3D, right? I really like my 4090. I think to some extent, because of how things have been going with the GPU market, I kind of wouldn't be surprised if the 4090 has a similar kind of mythos about it to the 1080 Ti. I don't think it'll be the same, obviously, because the 1080 Ti was more accessible, but it kind of seems like the 4090 will just be around for a very long time. It won't give me the emote. It won't give it to me. There we go. There's a bug behind us. Bug behind us. Oh my god. Visible hunter. Nvidia just doesn't seem to care at all at the moment. Yeah, I think their mind is elsewhere, yeah. Definitely. On the backpack, he does have the backpack. Ti was Nvidia's biggest failure. It was too good, so people expected more of it. They over-delivered. You fools.
Extracción disponible.
You gave us too good of a product. Was it good? The 1080 Ti? Yeah. 1080 Ti is like a... It's a legendary card in the sense that it came out and it gave you a lot of performance for honestly not that much money. And then the preceding years of graphics cards didn't jump in performance all that much. Right? The card that has jumped in performance the most since then is probably the 4090. So that's why I kind of say that. Obviously, you're spending a lot more money on the 4090, but relative to cards around it, there's a lot of bang for your buck in a way. But obviously, you have to spend a lot more money to get to that tier, which is a bit counterproductive. Let me say hello. What up, Cosmic? How are you? If the 6000 series comes out and then the higher tier offerings aren't appealing to a 4090 user, I could easily see this trend continue, right? And then another reason why the 1080 Ti did so well was because the used market for 1080 Ti's was very good, especially because soon after the 1080 Ti came out, we got the first crypto bullshit happening, and then soon after that, we had the COVID pandemic, which also affected a lot of things. So a lot of gamers were buying 1080 Ti's that were used. So it kind of just got this like legendary status because of all that. But let's say the 6000 series sucks. You know, 4090s will just continue to be used by people. They won't want to upgrade. So it'll be another like one where you skip 3 generations and then finally upgrade. And then the 4090 users will just sell their graphics cards to people and the cycle will continue with another generation, right? What do 4090s go for? New? They're stupid because they don't make them anymore. So like the prices on a new 4090 is like ridiculous. But on a used one, I have no idea what the used market is. When should the 7000? I mean, they usually go 2.5 years per generation on average. So, you know, 2027 would be 6000 series. 2030 would be 7000 probably, give or take. Like 2029, 2028, maybe if they're doing fast. Kind of depends. Like if AMD is like very competitive, it'll come out faster. If AMD is not very competitive, it will come out slower. That's usually how it kind of works. Don't the 5K series use frame gen, so they end up performing worse than 4K? No. No. Frame gen is a heavy selling point of the newest generation. Well, it's multi-frame generation, but they do perform better than their counterparts. It's just people expect more, so that's why it's such a disappointing generation. Because on average, I think a lot of the cards are like 15% faster. I think the latest 5060 Ti is like 18% faster on average in games. So like people are used to also like bigger leaps in gaming generations back in the day. We're at a point where Moore's Law is very much dead. The idea that every 2 years chip technology improves so much that we double in performance. So they have to go to software to gain that performance. And there hasn't been any big innovations when it comes to graphics technology like there was with CPU technology. In CPU technology, we got X3D, right? If X3D wasn't a thing, we'd be saying the same thing about CPUs. The stagnation of, you know, Intel, we saw that in CPUs, right? I heard the 4080 Super was the best performing graphics card at the moment because 5000 series was overheating issues. 5000 series has a lot of issues. The power cable, black screen issues with like the software. Overheating, no, not necessarily. It's the power cable is like poorly designed. So in extreme situations, it melts and fries itself. Not every card is doing that, but there's a risk that it could. And the risk is much higher than it was in the last generation. So I think there was a report the other day that the 5070 could even have the issue, which never happened in the last generation. It was basically just the 4090s that were having problems. What's this guy talking about? Frame gen is here because games are rushed and unoptimized. Correlation is not equal causation, my friend. Graphics card manufacturers don't think about games. They're just thinking about selling you the best product for more money. So when they don't get as much performance per generation, they need to find more ways to find ways to sell you a product. And frame generation isn't all terrible. If you start at 100 frames per second or so and turn it on, it's really nice if you have a high refresh rate monitor for single player games and stuff. It's not a scam. That's a blatant mischaracterization. Where devs are relying on it to push out this trash. So once again, you're making a broad, over dramatized comment. Not all devs are doing it. Some devs are, right? I understand that you don't like frame gen. I didn't like frame gen until I used it in the right context, and then it actually made sense to me. You know, turning it on in Cyberpunk when you have all the bells and whistles turned up to 11 is great. Right? You have, path tracing, which is still years away from being something that we can reliably run at 60 FPS and stuff like that. Frame gen is fantastic if you use it in the right context. It's just a lot of people use it in the wrong context and they use it at 60 FPS or lower, and it feels like absolute dog shit. And at that point, it will feel like a scam. But you should never be using it at that point. And some game developers are stupid and they turn it on by default because bigger number better, but it makes the game feel terrible. Right? So Monster Hunter Wilds, great example of poorly implemented. It automatically turns on at even low frame rate, which is really bad. But I use it in SM2 because the game is very CPU bound, and it's not because it's unoptimized, it's just because it's a very demanding game. So I average around 100 to 120 FPS. I turn it on, I'm getting 180 to 200 FPS. I'm getting the motion fluidity of around 180 to 200 FPS, but I'm getting the response time of 100 or so FPS, which is fine. I'm playing Space Marines 2. I'm not playing a competitive shooter. I don't need 200 FPS of latency. Right? You can't turn it off? You can. You can. They should have an option that it just maximizes the hertz with frame gen and not this manually 2, 3 and such. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they do something like that, Gemini. Because that's the point of multi-frame gen. Multi-frame gen is only there for people who have really high refresh rate monitors that want to max out their frame rates of other monitor. That's literally why it exists. It's for people who have these crazy refresh rates and they want to utilize them, right? That's why it exists. It's not there for your average gamer that's struggling to get a certain frame rate that they want. It's there for the person who spent $2,000 on a 4K 240 hertz monitor, so they can turn on multi-frame gen and utilize the 240 hertz. And then they marketed it terribly, as per usual by NVIDIA. Don't forget the 10K they spent on the computer. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Yeah.
Helldiver, el super
But there's some good things that came with the new generation, right? The new latency. The new NVIDIA Reflex. I don't think it's out yet, but the new NVIDIA Reflex sounds really interesting. Improving latency by even more, which is impressive. And then the new DLSS is also extremely impressive. I don't know if you guys have seen it in a game yet, but it's actually crazy how good it looks. Yeah, frame gen also makes a lot of sense in CPU bound games. Like I was saying for Space Marines 2. It makes sense because like my GPU is just kind of sitting there doing nothing and I want more frames per second, but it's a CPU bound game because of all the AI and stuff like that, right? So it's like perfectly fine for me to turn on frame gen and just get more fluidity out of it, right? So anyways, that's what I was talking about earlier about like software. NVIDIA just needs to push software at you because they're not making nearly as many gains as they are like on the hardware side. Here's hoping they figure out some new way to push more performance on a card. We'll see. We'll see.
Destructor aliado uniéndose al escuadrón, desplegando Helldiver.
We're getting an extensive bug fix patch on Tuesday, 22nd. I have no idea, but I do know that there's going to be an extensive bug fix patch in general in the next big patch. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that you guys haven't heard about yet that they've kind of shared with us as like teasers on like what they're fixing and stuff like that. And I don't think I can talk about it yet, but it's really impressive. They're going all out on this next patch. I would assume it's going to be included with the in the Warbond patch. I doubt it's going to be out early because patching and then the next week doing a Warbond patch sounds like suicide for me. If I'm being honest, it sounds like literally suicide because you're just asking for things to break between the two versions. No offense to anyone, but competitive FPS, first-person shooters, is highly overrated. Many of us are participating in tournaments. What? Competitive FPS for first-person shooters are highly overrated. Sorry, are you saying like the game is like competitive FPSs are like Counter-Strike is overrated, or are you just saying the FPS values that gamers want when playing these games is overrated? I feel like there's like possibly a double meaning in that. The FPS value. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think I would agree with anything over like 240. I think is mostly overrated unless you are on like the highest of, you know, competitiveness. But that being said, there is a benefit to higher refresh rates other than just competitiveness. Motion clarity is another one. Your display will naturally have less ghosting if it is running at a higher refresh rate and you have a higher FPS. Alright, so that's why I love my OLED so much, is because I see like next to no ghosting, right? I didn't really want to buy a 480 hertz OLED, but I kind of just ended up getting it because it had all the specs that I wanted, other than the frame rate. But goddamn, is the motion clarity when I play a game that at like 300 plus FPS insane. Oh god, I'm dead. I have like not a loadout to kill this guy. We got him. Should try a CRT. True. Casual OLED mention. Shut up, bro. God damn it. So it kind of depends on the situation, right? Like I can agree that like at a certain point there's huge diminishing returns on FPS, but like the motion clarity you get at higher frame rates is very addicting, and when you lose that motion clarity, you notice it. Right? Diminishing returns and naked eye can actually tell the difference once it is and it isn't. Like you can train your eye, and it's like it's like when you get used to something, right? It's hard to get away from it. So like high refresh rate, even at the highest forms, like huge diminishing returns, when you go down in FPS or down in motion clarity, it's very noticeable, right? But if you're just in the store looking at it, right, you'll have a very hard time seeing the difference. But like for these like more competitive games, some people like they're not competing in tournaments, but they kind of wish they were, right? That's why like multi-frame generation is somewhat like impressive in that regard, right? Because it adds a stupid amount of motion clarity. So you can fully utilize that monitor. Well, I guess not motion clarity, motion smoothness, not motion clarity. Dun, 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 dun. If you're looking for it, yeah, but when you're focused on the game, you really don't. You 100% do notice the difference in frame rates from 60 to 144. Because you tracking an image will be significantly easier at 144. Because you can see the image. Now, everybody's brains are a little bit different. I'm not saying that you're slow, but everybody's brains are different. I had a person that was convinced that they saw no difference between 60 and 144 hertz. And I don't doubt them, but I can tell you that, like, it is very obvious to me. Like, I almost have a hard time believing when you don't, because it's so obvious. But everybody's different, right? Everybody has a different perception of our reality, right? But, like, it is extremely obvious when I go from 60 to 144. Like, it is not even close. It feels like dog shit when I play 60 FPS versus 144. No. Even when I'm just playing in a blind test, Jules, if I turn my camera around on a Gloom City map, I go from 120 FPS to 60. I immediately notice the difference without even looking at my frame rate. I can tell you the frame rate that I'm getting because I can see it and feel it. Because I'm in the game, as you will. Like, I can move my mouse around and be like, holy shit, what is happening? Am I lagging? It's like, there's been like some amount of like looking into like why some people can notice the frame rate difference, some people can't. Some people liken it to response time of like how fast your reaction time is. Some people believe it has something to do with like your eyes, you know, how caffeinated someone is. But Yeah, it's a night and day difference. It is so obvious to me. The difference. But also, you'd be surprised how many people don't set up their monitors correctly and then believe they're looking at a 144 hertz image, but they're actually not. Either because the cabling is wrong, the settings are wrong in like Windows. Like, I'm not saying that you messed it up, but I am saying that it is extremely common that a lot of people do not set their Windows settings correctly. And because it's not automatic. It doesn't happen automatically. Or it gets reverted one day because of a Windows update. That happens a lot. And they don't realize it happens. I hope you did, sirs. Because that's another one is that because you have bad cabling, your Windows might be recognizing it as 144 hertz, but it's not actually delivering 144 because of a bad cable. Also, there's different qualities of frame rates, right? So 144 hertz monitor and another 144 hertz monitor can be drastically different in how well they show the same level of image, right? That's why there are like, you know, hardware unboxed and stuff like that that show the difference in like quality of like that same frame rate, right? Because like panel technology and panel implementation. Like I bought my dad like a monitor like a couple of years ago, and I didn't really look into it too well. Luckily he doesn't notice it, but it has an extreme amount of ghosting at 144 hertz that to some extent it kind of just looks like a 60 hertz 75 hertz panel with like motion blur on, right? Like it's just not a good 144 hertz. It's bad. If you're playing 144 and it drops, you absolutely notice it. Exactly. So what's the whole point of this conversation? You were saying while you're playing, you won't notice it. I am playing and I would notice that. I'm talking about about playing them separately. I'm talking about capping at 60. Yeah, it actively feels worse than 144 with no drops. It's very easy to tell a difference. Now, some people just cap to 60 because they'd rather not have a variable refresh rate, and that's fair. But I would rather have a variable refresh rate than play at 60 all the time. Hell, dude, I'm a console gamer at times. I know what 60 FPS looks like. I would rather not play on that all the time. I would rather, you know, go for 144 to 100 to maybe 80 and then back to 144. I'd much rather have that. You eventually don't notice much because you're focused on the game and not looking at the frames. I mean, you eventually get used to it regardless, right? I understand your point on that, but like, I will never not just prefer to just go 144. Yeah, I mean, we're human. We will eventually get used to shit if we spend enough time around shit. You'll get used to the smell of shit if you spend a lot of time around it. You become desensitized to it. I understand that, Stressed. I do, but why would I deny myself 144? Just because if I play at 60 all the time, yeah, I'll eventually get used to the shit car I'm driving all day, rather than going for the nicer car. Right? I'm just saying it is that much. It is a lot. It is a lot more than you're giving credit for. In competitive? No, dude. In general, gaming and just mouse feel. Right? Like shooter, any kind of shooter. Doesn't even matter if it's competitive. Like, Helldivers just feels better at 144 than it does at 60. Because you can track a moving hunter far better. And it's not a competitive angle. That's just a you know, it helps. It literally just helps you game. There's nothing competitive about that. It's a benefit to you as the gamer. As a garbage man, I can attest to the shit reference. What's happening to my team, bro?
Mantenga una línea incondicional para la liberación cuando
Justo en el objetivo.
Lanzadera de extracción aproximándose.
Yeah, I mean, there's huge diminishing returns after, like, 120. There's no doubt. But can I tell a difference? Absolutely. Do I prefer 240 over 120? Absolutely. It's great. Do you need 240? Absolutely not. After about 120, it's probably where, like, most people will just be totally happy. I so disagree, sirs. I so disagree. Like, it felt like a life-changing moment when I went from a 60 hertz panel playing Battlefield 2142 to a 120 hertz panel. It was fucking mind-blowing. It was like another dimension opened up and I was playing a different game. Like, it was insane. And then I got a better 144 hertz model when I played, I think it was Battlefield 3. My brain just couldn't comprehend it. It was so much information all of a sudden that I just didn't see before. It actually changed the way I thought about video games in general. It was fucking insane. Yeah, I don't have that opinion anymore when I got a 480 hertz monitor, but hell, dude, the OLED technology I noticed. That was mind-blowing, like the motion clarity and stuff. Yeah, I'm actually with you on that. I do legit just get like, it's a little bit of like motion sickness almost when I play at low frame rates or like very narrow FOV, because I'm so used to playing at higher FOV. It feels terrible. But like, if all I did was play 60 FPS for the rest of my life, absolutely, it's more than fine. More than fine. But dude, once you experience it in the right context, higher frame rates are, I guess for the right person that can tell the difference, it's mind-blowing. Like, holy shit. Like, dude, I was like 14 at the time or something like that. And I was like, what? And at that point, I'd only ever seen 60, right? I'd never really seen more than that. It's just like, God, it was so different. It was awesome. I couldn't go back at that point. It's like an addiction, I guess. Like, whenever I'm playing a badly optimized, like, game or, like, hell, I tried so hard to, like, be okay with, like, Stalker 2, but man, that game was, like, really poorly optimized at release. Holy shit. Like, it was rough. Luckily, it's getting better now, but oh my god. It affects me differently. I have no problem playing Bloodborne on my PS5. I used to work with says you can't do it. It says like 30 FPS on Bloodborne. It's too annoying with your eyes. Oh, same. It's a slideshow for me. It bothers the shit out of me. There's like an emotional response I get when I look at a 30 FPS image. I don't know how to describe it. I'm the same way. I feel like my brain is lagging. It gives me like negative feelings, I guess. I don't know how best to describe it. It's an odd feeling. It's an odd feeling. You sound high maintenance. Thanks, Annie. Thanks. Fresh rate feels bad when you hit like 100 FPS on the Gloom debuff. Oh yeah, I mean, the Gloom FPS debuff sucked. Hopefully they can fix it for the next time it comes around. But Google says the human eye can't really see much above 60. Yeah, but that's false though, right? Depending on the person and the reaction times, their vision, you know. TV is 30. All the Europeans laugh in 45 hertz. But the thing is that Cyrus is like, people have like this aesthetic like preference with movies, for instance, right? You can show them content from movies and stuff in higher frames per second, but they actually like have like a disdain for it because like we have this like perception that 24 FPS is cinematic. It's also just cheaper to make a movie in 24 FPS than more, because it means less frames need to be rendered and less CGI. Like CGI is easier to make, stuff like that, right? But it's always nice when you watch like sports and it's actually like in 45, which is great. If only it was higher. But like movies are more or less just gaslighting you into thinking it's actually more cinematic. It would be nice if it was more on average. I watched The Hobbit in 48 FPS or 48 hertz. I liked it. Personally, I really liked it. But I get it. Some people just don't like it.
Destructor aliado uniéndose al escuadrón, desplegando helldiver en zona de combate.
Cable TV is 60. You just normally don't see too much going on in 60, or they're just sitting behind a desk, I feel like a lot of the time. I didn't like how bad the CGI was. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Marcando ubicación. Oeste. Suministros.
Solicitando un arma de apoyo.
Yeah, Gekka, that's another thing that frame rate often also comes hand in hand with is response time. A game will feel more responsive at a higher frame rate, right? So from going from 60 to 120 is a big response time bump. You're going from 16.6 milliseconds, right? To 8.3, right? And it sounds like a very small difference, but over the course of an entire movement, you can very quickly the best way to check your FPS latency is just like go like that, right? Just like move your mouse back and forth. And there's a difference there, man. You won't notice as much on a controller just because of the inherent like latency of using a controller and the knobs and stuff like that, but yeah. I don't know. Everybody should aim for 144. After that, so much personal preference.
¿Os gusta el sabor de la libertad?
Only now the new modern technology is starting to match the old CRT clarity. I used to gun 75 hertz. Yeah. CRTs were ahead of their time in terms of motion clarity. Well, okay. There has been modern technology that can do that for a while now. It's called ULNB. It's where they insert a black frame. And it actually adds a fuckload of motion clarity. It's very commonly used in like competitive gaming monitors and stuff like that. It reduces ghosting by a fuckload. It's very cool tech. That almost killed me. I'm terrified. Ooh. Get away from me. You're gonna kill my mech. What about mental clarity? Are you saying I don't have clarity in my mental, Annie? But it don't leave us? Ah, it's your wake up period. It's 7:30. It's time for food. Oh god. Well, we all knew it was gonna happen. Let's not act surprised. We knew it was gonna happen.
Marcando ubicación. Cancélala. Sureste. Objetivo localizado. Este. Cerca.
60 hertz on CRT feels like 120. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing as like on OLED. Like, I definitely notice a difference. It's great. Going from like, I didn't have a bad IPS monitor before. I had a pretty good IPS monitor. To an OLED, it's surprising.
Viendo centinela.
Oh, the new versions of ULMB is fantastic. Like the highest level of motion clarity you can get at the moment is like some 500 hertz TN ULMB monitor. It still beats like the really high refresh rate OLEDs. I have a semi-gloss, and I really like it, Gekka. It's the reason why I got this monitor is because it had this particular, like, semi-matte, semi-gloss. I don't want to see my reflection while I'm gaming, right? Like, it's just distracting to me. Especially if you're in, like, a semi-lit, well-lit room, like, it just... Starts causing confusion. Oh, no worries. I didn't actually read your comment yet. I think it's some confusion in chat between hertz and FPS. Most countries run between like 50 or 60 hertz power. Heavies can go higher than hertz. You experience screen tearing. The monitor is rated for 144. Should be capable of 144 hertz. I think people get that. I don't think anyone was... Were people confused on that?
Enviando un águila.
Control the lighting in my room, so no reflection. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, if you can, I don't think glossy is nearly as big of an issue. And you will get, like, better stuff. But the vast majority of OLEDs right now, are glossy. So, no need to worry. Weird that YouTube stream has better color tone than... Or Twitch has better color tone than the YouTube stream. I think it's just how they... Because the funny thing is that the OBS settings that I'm using are... They should be exactly the same. Like, there should be no difference, essentially. Other than the fact that on YouTube it's 1440p at, I think I have it at 13 kbs, whereas Twitch is 1080p 60 at 8. But that should not affect the color. WOLEDs have matte. They're not all matte. There's a glossy one. There's a couple glossy WOLEDs. Not many though. But I'm assuming you want a WOLED, not a QD. But I feel like QDs are just better if you can control the light in your room. Like QD is just like the better one to get between the two monitor techs. If you want gloss and you want like better text clarity and stuff. No? Your 1080p 60 looks better than the 1440p slightly. Are we talking about like picture clarity, or are we still on like purely the topic of color? Because I can up the bit rate of the 1440p stream. I don't think I can do it live. Maybe I can. Let's see if OBS will allow me. See if I'll push it. Will it take it? Oh, I think it is. Is it? It should be 15 now. It should be 15. But it's probably just down to bitrate. Have you experienced any burn on your OLED? No. I mean, I've only had it for like a small amount of time. Ask me in like 2 years and I'll tell you. But I'm also like very careful with it. Like, other than brightness, I max out the fucking brightness. Big time. The technology they have to like prevent burn-in is quite good. It's quite good indeed. So I don't have that much. Like, I originally had to worry about it, but I don't really have much of a worry of it anymore. That was years ago? Yeah. If you got the money, I think OLED is in a spot where I would recommend. Gonna get the LG G5. Annie wants that too. She's finally gonna update her TV if she wants to buy one of those. When are they supposed to come to market, Bellin? I'm sure Annie would love to know. Think about this. Phones are OLED, no one complains about burn-in. Well, it's a little different with phones, right? Because typically they run at like much lower voltages. And it's very rare for them to hold static images because they actually have a lot of burn-in protection for battery saving, because battery saving and OLED protection are like kind of one and the same. So, I mean, it's a little different. I understand your point, but... I'd love to meet a person that keeps their phone screen on 100% of the time. You know? For long periods of time. And also, phones have that setting where they automatically reduce the frame rate when nothing's happening on screen. Reducing voltages and power necessary by quite a bit. So it's a little different. They're out? Are G5s already out? Eddie! I can get same day delivery with a 77-inch. Jesus. I didn't know they were out yet. Cleaning the whole keyboard, putting it back together. My God, does it feel smooth. Maybe I need to type things. What kind of keyboard do you have? Custom? Fortunately with OLED, it's not about the technology, it's about the software. What do you mean? Like for like burn-in tech, or? I mean, it's a little bit of both. The panels are also just less or more resistant. GMMK, nice, nice. I'm not a big custom keyboard enjoyer. Never really got into it. I just have a I'm gonna remember it. A Wooting. There we go. A Wooting keyboard. Got it. Found it. Got the LG Ultra Gear curved monitor, 39-inch. Ooh. Nice helmet. Woo. If I wasn't a streamer, I would have 150% bought a curved monitor, like an ultra wide curve. Because boy, am I jealous as fuck of some ultra-wide gamers. I'm gonna sell my kidney for a quantum dot monitor. I don't get the appeal of the curved ones. Curved feels really cool when you're sitting in front of it and it's the right distance from you. It's very... trying to think of a good way to describe it. It's very immersive. Overused word, but it is very immersive. Like the whole like hubbub about like, you know, your eye is a certain curvature and it matches your eye and bullshit like that. Like, yeah, that might just be marketing tech speak, but like, it's really nice. Yes, ma'am. Oh, Annie, apparently the TV you want is already on sale. The LG G5. Or would you going, or am I wrong and you were going for a different monitor, Annie? Really? Cheaper? What? No, I didn't say cheaper. I just said it's on sale. Like it's being sold. I didn't mean on sale like it's cheaper. I just mean like it's being sold. Because I know you were waiting for it to, you know, start being sold. So. Just wanted to give you a heads up on that. In case you didn't know. It was weird at first with the curved screen, but I like quickly got... Yeah, my dad, like I said, I bought him like that curved monitor and... Yeah. And I also bought my sister a curved monitor. And I gotta say, like, I kind of wish this OLED was curved, right? And I also wish it was OLED. It just... I don't know, the whole wrapping around you, it's very immersive. It feels like you're at a command center. The feeling of it is very cool. And then some games benefit from the ultra-wide quite a bit. Ultra-wide curved. Ultra-wide without a curve looks very weird. Can look very awkward, so ultra-wide plus curve just kind of blends together pretty well. You're currently on a curved ultra-wide monitor. Can you feel it? Oh, I bet it looks fantastic. How immersive is it? Does it feel like you're standing next to me? Or sitting next to me? Playing video games? You're like sitting behind my monitor? You're like peeking over my monitor right there? I feel you. Shut up. I feel you. What the? I went with curve for the first time. Took like 10 minutes to get used to it. I love it. Yeah, that's fair enough. Not surprised. About resolution though, I stuck 1440p. I'm not ready for 4K yet. We just had a very long conversation about refresh rates. That was mainly my decision making. I went 4K just to have big trust and DLSS to carry me. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. 1440p still feels like too much of a sweet spot. I don't want to swap away from it yet. I thought about it, but I didn't bring myself to it. I have a 4K monitor next to me. Like, I do see the difference. It's just... Not there yet. Maybe the next monitor. Man, that totally convinced me. No wonder Maple has Annie. He really has the Riz. I saw him able to pull a push door. Fuck. Dude, you were absolutely glazing me. 1440 to 4K isn't that much of a difference. It depends on monitor size. If you go from the same monitor size to the same monitor size from 1440p to 4K and you sit close enough, you will notice it. It's pretty noticeable. Just a lot of the times people go to a larger monitor and 4K, so the PPI doesn't change very much. So you don't end up noticing it as much as like you probably could. But funny enough, there's a bunch of 27-inch 4K monitors that have insanely high PPI right now on the OLED space. Very impressive. I saw it firsthand. Very impressive. You just gotta sit close enough. You learned the word glaze from Lyric. Take the free wood. What? Annie, people have been using the word glaze around me for quite a while. 1440p 27 to 4K 32. You really notice the DPI or the PPI? Yeah, you definitely do. I'm just saying, like, if you go from 1440p 27-inch to 4K 27 or 27-inch, it's like a night and day difference in terms of like the amount of like pixel density, right? That's a nice thing about going to 4K is that you can increase the size of your monitor if you want. If that's important to you, and you get a nice bump at the same time. Dots per inch. I just hear PPI. Pixels per inch. But I guess same word. When you say DPI, I just think of dots per inch when used for mice. Oh, is that actually it? DPI actually is for mice? Okay.
Lanzadera de extracción aproximada.
See people use it both for monitor? That's fair enough. I mean, it makes sense. Do you happen to know why they are calling it LiDAR stations? No idea, other than it sounds more sci-fi. Like, I don't know, because like from a logical standpoint, like, where the hell is this LiDAR station? Because that doesn't look like a LiDAR station. A LiDAR station would look a lot different. Unless it's a station that's connecting to a LiDAR like on our ship. Right? Yeah, I know what LiDAR means. I'm just like, that's not what a LiDAR station means, but unless they mean LiDAR station like you're connecting to your ship which has LiDAR on it, which is doing it via your ship and then it's beaming it down to you again. And that's how it connects. Kind of a weird one. I'll stick to my translation. Literally identifies dirt and rocks. It just doesn't make sense. It can see all that it does. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Technically, we already have a LiDAR scan of the map, sort of, that we're looking at. But it's like a higher resolution, I guess. I don't know. My guess is that LiDAR just sounds more futuristic than radar. That's my guess. Not sure if that's the case. It does sound cool, right? Like, I think that's the case. Oh my god, I thought that guy was gonna die. I gotta make sure that the YouTube stream isn't capped at 13. I can't remember what the cap is on this stream key. Because there is a cap on bitrate. It might be capped at 13 because I don't think my bitrate is going up to 15. Maybe it is. I can't tell. Does the stream look any different on YouTube? I upped the bitrate, but it might not be noticeable. Did you lube your keycaps as well, Carl? I hear that's a popular thing to do for custom keyboards. You're not that much of an enthusiast? Alright, fair enough. I can't lube my keyboard and glaze maple at the same time. Shut the fuck up. You're making me blush. Mine came pre-lubed. It just sounds so weird when we talk like this. Someone's coming in like they're a PlayStation player and they're like, what the fuck are these weird ass PC players talking about? Stream looks blurry, but I'm in Australia, so we have crap coverage. Yeah, make sure you're using the 1440p resolution. Because that's what I'm streaming it as. It should have different quality options, but the source quality is 1440p and it should be 15k kbs, which you might not have the internet for in Australia. Maybe. Poor Australia. So what's the... Is there a likelihood that we're going to get Crimsica? It looks like we are, right? How long is the TSS still active? 13 hours? Oh yeah, I think we win these. I actually think we win these. Who was that person that was like absolutely doomering yesterday? Like we're just gonna lose it. Victory in 6 hours, dude. We are so winning. We're so winning. We're just so... We stay winning. So winning. Did we win Fenrir? We did win Fenrir. Fenrir was one. We did obviously didn't make Esker, but who's surprised on that one? Can't be surprised on that one. Apparently Pact Bay has that, so they're probably gonna attack. Where the hell are they gonna attack next? Maybe they go for this planet? Akmar? Hmm. I wonder. Does anyone even live on Esker? I mean, if you do a blitz mission, you will see cities. Same with Arc Thrower. Ooh, Arc Thrower. We haven't done Arc Thrower today. Let's do a little Arc Thrower love. Take me down to the paradise city.
Desplegando paquete de equipo.
Oops. Alright, where are we going, team? North? Good guard dog. Good boy. Meteor shower planets with cities always make me wonder, do citizens like just accept the possibility of death every 12 minutes? The way I've thought about it is that they just have really good insurance policies. And maybe the cities are like, you know, they're just like very resistant, you know? Better concrete, I don't know. Would be nice if they could change your scope on guns, yeah. I think that's everybody's hopes for when they do weapon customization, that we at least get to change out scopes. Just allowing you to use iron sights in general would be cool. Especially if they gave you some kind of like stat boost, like better handling. You know? Maybe cities have AA guns. We've never seen the AA guns. Well, I mean, they have the rocket AAs, but it's like, would you really shoot a rocket at every individual meteorite? Probably not. Iron sights don't really bother me either way because I tend to play third person the vast majority of the time anyways, so wouldn't really affect my gameplay all too much. Unless there is some kind of stat bonus that helps me in third person. Like my gun is just not as heavy, so Pog. Car 98 iron sight? Yeah, that's fair enough. The teammates are brave getting that close to an arc thrower? Hey, they just trust me. Alright, it's like trust falling, okay? But HG2 edition. How much do you trust your teammate with an arc thrower? Would you guys trust me? It's pretty rare for me to kill someone with my arc thrower. They just trust. I trust you more than I trust me. Arrowhead delaying a patch is better thing in the long run. Performance first. Well, it sounds like they might not be delaying anything. So they always do like essentially a monthly patch, Stevie. It comes out every 6 weeks and it's usually much larger. So instead of doing like maybe a small patch last week or the week before or this week, they're just waiting to push everything at the same time. And that'll increase overall stability of the game. Because when you do that, there's less things that'll go broken from one week to the next, right? Because when you patch the game every single week, chance of something going wrong is like exponential, right? So they're not necessarily delaying anything. They're just trying to package everything together, I think is a better way to think about it. Because they've done these kind of cadences on patches before, right? Where they go like 3-4 weeks without patching the game, but then when we do get the patch, it's a very sizable one, right? It happens. It also costs more. Yeah, I'm not sure if Sony charges the... I mean, because it's a Sony game, they probably don't charge Arrowhead all that much, if at all. I would not be surprised. Because it is a Sony game, I mean. Sony be like taking money from their own pocket in a way. And I'm pretty sure Steam is pretty relaxed about pushing patches. I'm not sure exactly what the pricing would be, but they're pretty relaxed. I've always gotten that impression from Steam developers. I think it's free on Steam. Yeah, I think it's pretty easy. I think there is some kind of fee for like holding your game on Steam, and I think it's like kind of included in that price, I guess. But it's like really small. And I guess you also, you pay for it also because your game, you profit share with Steam, so they're getting their money regardless. So offering it for free probably does make sense. What orbital and eagle strat do you guys recommend for heavy forest area? Eagle, I would probably say like Cluster or Strafing Run. Those are kind of the only two that don't get fucked over really big with the trees. And then for like Orbital, like if you're doing bugs, Orbital Napalm. If you're doing bots, 380. But like, that being said, like there's a lot of different, you know, combinations you can do. Most orbitals don't really get affected by the trees. Cluster can still be fucked by the trees. It can be, but it doesn't happen that often, I find. And you get 5 of them, so even if it does get fucked over, like it's not that big of a deal. Just throw another same direction. It'll probably come through fine. Did you hear JoJo? Yeah. I mean, we kind of know about this stuff before you guys do, because they mention it to us. So yes, I did hear about the Eruptor getting changed. And I have been talking to the developer that has been modifying the Eruptor. I can't comment on what exactly is happening yet. But it's cool. Okay, no need to brag. Hey, man. Yeah, I'm sorry. Strafe is reliable. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely, Zomic. I'm just saying it's definitely usable. Keep thinking I have gas on. Whoa. Yo, chill. Dude, oh man. What the fuck? What is happening? How's this guy? It's okay, dude. It's okay. I'm kind of an ADHD gamer. I kind of run around in circles a lot. It's fine. It's probably my fault as much as it's your fault. Still getting... Dude, there's no way. Fuck off. I'm still getting triggered by no animation for the last Eruptor round chambered. I believe that's something they are aware of and they're working on. I believe they fixed it, but I'm not 100%. I'm just getting team killed left and right, man. So incorrectly spelled Steve. I can tell you that they're fixing the exploit, but they are doing other things to make it more appealing. Right? So, I can't discuss exactly what they're doing, because they're still, like, messing with it and so on and so forth, right? And I'll just let them talk about it, but I'm looking forward to messing around with it. It'd be nice seeing where you died. It'd be nice seeing where you died when you're coming down. Well, I mean, it depends on where they throw you, right? Like, they threw me a long ways away. So. They nerfed the crossbow? I don't think so. They're avoiding that kind of idea. If they're gonna nerf anything, they would probably just reduce the magazine count of the crossbow, which would be a nerf, but I'll be honest, it's pretty fucking rare for me to go through all 40 plus rounds, 45 rounds of the crossbow. Like, it's really rare. Like, I don't know how often you guys do it, but like, I use a crossbow all the time, and it's like, it's pretty rare. So if they reduce the ammo count by like 2 to bring it more in parity with the Eruptor's ammo count, I don't think I would bat an eye, and I would probably defend the decision pretty easily. Napalm. Orbital, I don't think they're gonna touch Orbital Napalm. It's another one of those, like, they're very scared of nerfing things at the moment because of how helldivers react to nerfs. Even though sometimes I think they're pretty justified, right? they're definitely in a position where it's better to buff than to nerf, just because it'll make gamers happier, even though it makes their work much harder. Napalm's perfect. Why nerf it? Because it is extremely OP. You can call it the anti-fun stratagem, because when you take it, no one else really has fun on that bug breach for about 30 seconds. Right? Because it's just such an I win button versus bugs. Its only downside is the fact that it doesn't deal with heavy units, but like that's a pretty small price to pay, because like heavy units are not that hard when everything else dies. Just don't use it. Well, the thing is that it affects your game even if you don't pick it Warpath. Right? If I don't take it, someone else easily could, and it affects my gameplay. Right? What are you going to tell me next? Don't play with teams? Play with only my friends? What if my friends are not there? Well, just don't play the video game then. Like, it's a very reductive counter-argument. Because Orbital Napalm kind of, like, takes the oxygen out of the room for other stratagems, right? And other people to play. Dude, our team has died that often? What the hell? Jesus Christ. Does Orbital Napalm get buffed by modules? Yeah. It wasn't a counter. I don't play enough to care to argue. Devs won't seriously nerf anything. Okay. There's no way anyone's actually complaining about Napalm. What? Sorry. Did you just, like, join the conversation, or did you miss the last, like... What is this conversation right now? So confused. See, this is what I was talking about. Helldivers, when you say anything about the N-word, oh my god. They swear you actually said the N-word. It's just always a weird conversation. I can articulate my point as well as possible, but there'll always be a one-liner straight from Reddit. We'll just move on. Single test tower can close the bug breach too. Not nearly as well as an orbital napalm. And the orbital and the Tesla requires other players to not do anything, right? Because if they throw a stratagem at the same time, that stratagem will most likely kill the Tesla. Mario Kart Direct in 45 minutes. Nice. That's the Forza one, right? Where it's like open world. kind of cool when you think about it, though. I've never really been into Mario Kart, and like since I was like playing on GameCube, I feel like it'd be kind of cool to play that. I feel like if I didn't have to spend $90 or whatever Canadian, or 100, I guess Canadian. I put down the respawn and I didn't grab it. Mortar, Eagle Napalm, Tesla, Napalm Barrage. Not on this planet. My team will just die. If they're not dying to the Tesla, they'll be dying to the mortar. You probably get kicked.
Solicitud aprobada. Se han lanzado los refuerzos.
How is that your problem? Well, I don't know if you've ever played Helldivers, but it's a team game. So, if the team fails... Damn, dude. There's some weird one-takes in chat right now. What is happening? These one-liners, dude. How is that your problem? Fucking A. Chatters try real hard to one guy me. Dude, they're trying so hard today. I'm dodging left, fucking right. Dude, Warpath is trying so hard, dude. Relax. Jesus. I'm so sorry I said the N-word, brother. The Nerf word. Relax, dude. What is wrong? Oh my god.
Solicitando apoyo aéreo. Pidiendo un armamento avanzado.
I'm messing with you. I thought you remember it. I can't remember names like that, dude. Unless you come by a lot, I can't remember names like that. How should I remember you? Was it were you the trash guy? Which one was it? The I don't tie my bags? 3 or 4 times a week before work. Oh, you're just talking about in general? I mean, to be fair, dude. Hey, how many...
Solicitud aprobada. Desplegando refuerzos.
Damn it. I hate this program. It sucks at telling me. I mean, to be fair, you've only done a total of 29 messages in my channel. So that's kind of hard, my dude. I hope you understand. So, yeah, that's a difficult one. And a bunch of those were last year around September. What is happening to my team, man? I think it's just DSS being DSS. Probably. Your old age is showing? What do you mean? You remember me? That's because Annie, every time we talked and had a conversation, you would say a minimum of 50 lines every single time. Like I'm saying, like if we have a conversation, I will remember. I usually catch at the end, depending on what I'm. That's fair enough.
Con la extracción.
Yeah, I'm not saying like you don't watch the stream. It's just like it's hard for me to remember when we might not always have a full conversation.
Administrando libertad. Águila 1 retirada para rearmar. Parece de túnel de bicho.
As much as I wish I could remember everybody in chat, it is difficult. I try my best. There's one more hole somewhere, but I'm not sure where. I should have grabbed more resupplies. So that's the one I'm missing. I need stamina and I need a good opening here. Nah, I don't think I can walk through there. I'm not gonna risk it. Didn't I call down a resupply? No.
Es posible proceder con la extracción.
Hello, Mr. Charger.
Águila de nuevo en combate.
Puesto de avanzada despejado.
This is kind of bad. Whoa! Relax! Oh no. Beams up, we're fucked. Ooh! Ah. I shouldn't have gone for the thing. What does the guard dog spark itself? So when it takes damage, it'll go back in your back and then repair. I just ran out of stims. I should have just like grabbed multiple stims on a resupply. I just ran out. But hey, we finished it. Love you too, Warbab. Drink that water. Kidney stones suck. Yeah. I think a friend of mine, Burke, had a kidney stone not too long ago. Any damage? Thought it was more of a bot problem. It happens on bugs too, because like the spit of a Bile Titan can hit it. I can damage the bot as well if I do like a crossbow shot too close. So it was most likely the Bile Titan. Dun, 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 dun.
Enviando un águila.
Bum, 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 dun, dun, dun. Honestly, I should be wearing explosive resistance, honestly. For all of the strafing runs. If I wore explosive resistance, it would definitely help. Uh-oh. 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 As soon as I saw that patrol and I saw him not shooting at it, I was like, ah, shit, he's fucked. Strafing's explosive? Yeah. Mm-hmm. As long as you don't get, like, direct impact by it. A lot of times you die to, like, the explosions. So it's more possible you can survive if you were, like, you know, heavy explosive resistance with strafing.
Pidiendo un armamento avanzado.
Dun, 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 dun. Really want a 380 or 120 millimeter size barrage airburst strike. 500 kg Gatling barrage. We'll call that the PC crasher. That would be pretty funny. I guess since we're sitting here, we might as well download the NVIDIA GeForce driver. We'll install it after this game, probably.
Reforzando.
Man, look at these patch notes. So many of them, and I bet these are only some. Ow. Frame, please. Thank you.
Enviando paquete de equipo.
Is that motherfucker in the ground? Ooh.
Administrando libertad.
Luckily, downslope. Was playing Sons of the Forest. Met a cute chick with 3 legs. Bashed her brains in, felt bad. You killed her? Dude, she's great. How is Sons of the Forest now? I played it when it first came out, and it felt bad. Like, it was not that great of a game. It had a lot of potential, but it was very early access. It's one of those hopes that I God damn it, strafing run. Anyways. Just one of those games, man. Cold Heart, Gas Guard Dog, Railgun, 500 kg, Orbital, Gas Orbital, Blitzer, Grenade Pistol, Heavy Medic Armor. I'm assuming that's for bugs, Mr. Cold Heart. Says it's a loadout. Alright, got it. Fair enough. Let's fucking do it.
Solicitando refuerzos.
Solicitud aprobada. Desplegando
Yeah, for bugs, sounds good.
tiempo estimado menos.
Solicitando un arma de apoyo.
Wait, that was a bad idea. She appears at night and I killed her as well. Oh, you can like befriend her and then she like helps you with shit and kills stuff and, you know, gathers things for you. I forgot her name. I was thinking of swapping Dickel and heavy fire armor. Up to you on which one you want me to play with.
Tiempo estimado menos 20 segundos.
Oof. 500 kg just killed him. That's unfortunate. Heavy medic is questionable in spawn build. If you keep everything at a distance. Splitzer will kind of help you with that. Gives you some breathing room at times when they get on top of you. Gonna get into an itch to play a survival game-ish, especially after watching the new RuneScape. New RuneScape looked pretty good, man, but obviously early days still. I see some blitzer action. Sounds good. And Shrouded was a good time. Me and Annie are still playing that on our days off. I don't know if you've ever played Valheim, but Valheim's great. Ark can be a very deep hole to get into. Janky, but oh my god, is it that game fun. Are we gonna wait for the double? Fair enough. Ark, my baby. There's also the new Dune game. Accurate, by the way. Feel free to download it. Using Pelican cover strat. Can't believe it. This is a bit extra to do this, because like all we're getting is a little bit of XP. You could make the argument that us wasting this time would be better spent going on to the next mission, but I'll listen to him. I will humor him. I had a very wild 2 weeks of art back in the day. Holy shit. It took us in. Almost ended a friendship though. Oh shit. Spill the tea. What happened? Every time I see Pelican hover, I want a dedicated Pelican stratagem. That's what I say, man. I say that all the time. I say it all the time. It's the type of stratagem that I'd love to see. New Dune game is an insult to the Dune fans, such as myself. Zombic, has anyone ever told you that you can be a buzzkill? Buddy's Quasar Cans dancing. I always love that it like wiggles back and forth. For H2, what games gave you pockets of success on your channel? Soul, we'll go backwards. We'll go backwards. Before this game, I was playing Remnant 2. It was like kind of like before the release, and I was doing challenge runs. So you would do hardcore, apocalyptic, and then I was on top of that doing more restrictions to like make the game even harder. And that was really fun. I really enjoyed those challenges. They were extremely fun doing them with the different characters. It was great. It was great. So we did that for like a couple months. It was fun. Before that, it was a lot of variety. I was just kind of jumping around from like game to game. wasn't particularly successful. You know, it was like Ark and other things. I was playing Sea of Thieves, Ark, some shooters here and there. I'd say like the next piece of success was New World. I got really into New World, and it did well on the channel because we were like top PvPers on our server, and we were like moving around, creating our own content, going to different servers. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. But obviously, we all know the story of New World, and that game kind of died out over time. Just is a flash in the pan during the COVID era. It was fun though. It was really fun. I enjoyed New World. For what it was very good. And then before that was like a lot of variety era. Oh, there's a section there where I played the Cycle Frontier after New World. I had a good amount of success there. It was an extraction shooter. Think Tarkov, but more arcadey. Right? They went for a more arcadey angle. It was very fun. It got completely ruined by cheaters, so unfortunately I had to move away from that game, but I would have loved to have played that game more. And then before that, it was like variety. There was a game called Rogue Company that I did well on for a little while. It was kind of like a third-person competitive game. I think the only reason people would know it is they did a Dr. Disrespect skin in it. That'd be it. It was just something to play at the time. And then before that was Star Wars Battlefront. That's where I got the majority of my following and stuff like that. Before New World and before this game. Star Wars Battlefront, I streamed that for about 1.5 to 2 years during COVID. Or like when COVID was just starting, basically. And yeah, that was a good time. I really enjoyed playing that game. It had like its problems, but it was good. I'm still hoping for a Star Wars Battlefront 3. And then next, before that was like mostly Destiny content. Yeah, it was mostly Destiny. PvP, PvE. And then I guess the first game I ever streamed was PUBG. So some of the oldest clips you'll see on my channel are PUBG related. Because I was like semi-competitive with PUBG and it was a lot of fun. So. Oh shit. 1 second, guys. Fuck, I gotta remember what I was using. Railgun. Gas guard dog. 500 kg. Gas orbital. And then you want me using Blitzer. Grenade pistol. Oh. You didn't tell me what grenade, but I assume with this loadout probably would be that. And then we'll swap on heavy medic. The sequel to Cycle Frontier is coming out. It's called Marathon. It is. It is. I don't know the story of New World. I know it's everybody playing and then nobody playing it. Basically, New World was a flash of the pan because there was a lot of copium that the game would improve very quickly. Because the gameplay itself was extremely good, right? So, like, the moment-to-moment gameplay was, you know, simplistic to some extent, but offered a lot of, like, getting better because it was an action MMO rather than your typical tab targeting MMO. So it was a very satisfying MMO to play. Also, it was the first MMO in a long time to come out, so a lot of people were just very excited to play an MMO again. And the game had like some rather good like stuff in it, but there was a lot of hope that the game would just improve, and it just didn't. Are you always mad? He's not mad, he's just excited. So I'm guessing HG2 is the most successful game content you've... Oh, yeah. Yeah. HG2 would be easily the most successful I've done on the channel. Fun fact, I almost stopped streaming and, like, essentially just quit streaming if HG2 did not come out and was not successful on the channel, I most likely would not be streaming at all. All right. Problem with his build? Shriekers. Very awkward. You're close to being normal. I was close to being normal. I need someone to go kill that Shrieker nest because my loadout is not good at killing it. But I don't think my teammates are able to do that. And I'm far too slow to get over there very fast. Yeah. Dickle and heavy armor would be a better option? Yeah, probably. That's fair. I guess I'll just go do it the old-fashioned way and all. Because like railgunning Shrieker is not worth. Really? Oh shit. Dude, even with heavy armor, he almost two-tapped me. That's insane. Just double headshot. But, yeah. Back to the serious topic. Yeah, I almost was not going to continue streaming. Just go back to school, or honestly, I'm not sure what I would have done. So I got quite lucky that Helldivers came around and that I loved the game so much, and there's kind of an opening for a content creator like myself. So I feel very lucky for it to come at the time it did. Did you interact with Pirate Software? He's very popular in HG2. No, he didn't. I didn't get to talk. Did not get to interact with them. Is this New World? Missed the start of the conversation. Oh, we were talking about New World at one point, yeah. What up, Loaded? How's it going? Titan Destroyer with an S? Yeah. The scary part of streaming? Yeah, nothing is guaranteed with streaming. Like, you know that anxiety you get when your job and you're like worried you're gonna lose your job? Think about that with content creation, but like all the time. Because, like, you never know how the game that you're covering will do. And often the game that you cover has a lot to do with like how your stream is gonna do or how your content is gonna do. And then on top of that, you know, it's a lot of pressure on yourself to make sure that you're always being more creative and pushing out something new, right? Also, you're live streaming yourself, so don't slip up. Have you played the single player version they launched? No. Me and Annie still play New World from time to time, but not much. It sucks, but you wouldn't choose anything else? Oh yeah, I dream job. but every job has its positives and negatives, right? I've accepted that that's what streaming's like.
Estructura de la cortina de circuitos destruida.
You know? Also, you're in the service industry, so you will just meet assholes. They'll come by and they're having a bad day, and the only enjoyment they get in their life is making someone else have a bad day. So you got to deal with that. It is a service. Yo, what up, Jerry? Got a new motherboard CPU today? Ooh. What kind of upgrades did you get, buddy? Congratulations. You service people? No, it's like the service industry in the sense that, like, I'm providing a service, right? It's entertainment, but also a service, right? If I don't interact with anyone during my stream, like, the chance of me being, like, anywhere would be extremely low. So often, like, I'm not just an entertainer. I have to provide a service, either through, like, good gameplay or education, answering questions, having a conversation, right? You know? Public facing, yeah. All said. How long did you stream before HG2 dropped? I think we were at around my 4-year anniversary or so. So, limited amounts of success throughout the time, right? Like, I did fairly well in the Battlefront section. It was enough that, like, I felt like I could take the risk and go full-time with streaming, and I did. But once Battlefront 2 failed, man, was that a stressful time for myself. I nearly quit then and there, and just, like, went back to school. But I found, like, other successes through, like, trying other games and doing other things. But luckily I stuck through it, and here I am today. Well worth it. All that struggle, I would argue. So, pretty good. So when are you going to start doing those things? Now, luckily for every asshole I meet at least, like, you know, 30, maybe 40 funny guys, so it makes up for it. Yeah, strike I just used, unfortunate. Just kidding, I love your streams. Oh, I know you're kidding, don't worry. When I mean funny guy, I mean that in, like, an endearing way, not a negative way. Were these funny guys? Chad, you guys are incredibly funny. Stage 2 still getting content? Yep. We can expect a war bond every 6 weeks or so. And then within that, like, every 6 weeks, we usually get at least one piece of new content. Either new enemies, new stratagems, something along those lines. And then every 6 months or so, sometimes around like 100 every 20 days or so. I guess it's less than 6 months. Like 4 to 6 months, we get a title update. So, and those title updates, you know, are definitely more sizable. The OnlyFans also helped greatly in becoming financially stable. Not yet. Not yet. So I'm upgraded to a 5070 next week, and I'm getting like a Asus Z790 and a 14700K. Nice. I'm hoping you got a good deal on the Intel system. Nice, Jerry. Hell yeah, buddy. Looking forward to PAX Day. When the hell that comes out. That game's weird to me. I don't think I like that game. I think it's just not built for me. I've tried out the betas and stuff like that they've come out with, and I don't know. I don't think it's for me. I understand the appeal though. It's like a community MMO, grindy game. Also, like, looks quite nice. But I just don't see myself truly enjoying it. Juan, I can stim you. I just checked and I haven't played since like last June. You know, like, oh, there's a lot of content to catch up on. You'll be satisfied for a while. Loaded FPS. There's a lot that has changed in this game. You're essentially walking into like an all new game because the weapon balance in the game is completely been flipped on its head in some places. You got the new faction, you got so many new stratagems, so many new war bonds, like, you'll be satisfied for a while. Where the fuck is this guy going? What keeps you playing? Well, it's my job. Right? I'll be completely upfront with you, bunny. Like, it's my job. If I did not play this game, many people would not be watching. I could get by. I think I have like a decent amount of people that, you know, like just watching and hanging out with me daily. But, you know, Helldivers is like a staple for the channel, so it's kind of good to have on a Twitch channel. And I would say Helldivers is arguably definitely like the best staple I could ask for, because it's constantly getting updates. I enjoy it a lot, you know. It's fun to play. I think there's a lot of different ways to play this game also, right? So that's why you constantly see me using different loadouts. It's a really good way to, you know, keep playing. But, you know, on top of that, like, it's just a good game. There's a lot of content that comes out for this game constantly. And then as long as you like change up your build enough, like I think there's like a lot of things to keep you going. Oh my god, that was close. But it's definitely not a game to like grind like infinitely, because there's no like bar going up infinitely or anything like that. So at least not yet, if they ever have one. Where's the last? Oh, I think the last one's back over there. I thought my teammate was going to get it, but I don't think he did. As long as the game is popular, you'll probably be one of the more popular content creators, as well as like, yeah, for sure. In a weird way, because Helldivers wasn't more successful, means that I was able to become successful. Because if the game is too successful, I get buried under the deluge of like larger streamers, right? That's why like sometimes like people ask me, like, are you gonna play a certain game? And I'm like, probably not, just because I'm gonna get buried, right? Like Marathon's coming out later this year, and I'm interested in streaming it, but it's like, do I foresee it being successful on my channel? Probably not, right? It's, you know, very hard to get recognized if you're not already known for that type of game. So to some extent, anytime there's a game like Helldivers, you can pretty much expect me to be covering it, just because, like, it's kind of my niche that I've now found, you know, like cooperative PvE game shooter. You can basically assume that I'll be playing it, because there's a lot of overlap. But I love games in general, so you'll see me playing a lot of things. But like I would say for like Destiny, I would not recommend playing this game as much as I do. You know, play it in short batches, you know, when things are interesting to you and you want to play it. The worst thing you can do for a game like this or like Destiny or like any live service game is like to overplay it and then just get burnt out. It's a very common trope with live service games and their audiences. They overplay the game. They get burnt out. They don't realize they get burnt out. They continue to play it. When they're in a burnt out state playing a game like that, they will often start looking for issues and problems that typically are not that big of a deal, but they will conflate them to be a larger issue, obviously. And then when those issues are not solved in the time frame that they have, you know, deemed in their head, they will then get very upset. And that will lead to a jadedness about the game. And then that might lead them to never wanting to play the game again, because anytime they think of the game, they get bad memories or whatnot. I know this from experience and from watching the Destiny community. I did that in Destiny. So I don't want to see other people go through that. And I see people all the time that come into my chat that start talking like that. And I worry about them, you know? Friends don't let friends play D2. I mean, D2 is great with friends. I go back for the dungeons and raids. Fantastic content. Really fun. But will I play Destiny outside of that? No. Bought DLCs were not available all of a sudden. That wasn't because it switched to Steam. That was Bungie's poor management of the game. The game was getting too big, and they felt like they needed to cut some of the content they originally had. What up, Wind Joker? Can I have a slice of any carrot cake? I hope you can. But I didn't get anything for it. If I remember, well, that was why people were upset. Because content that you originally paid for was eventually like put into a content vault with the promise that eventually it may come back. This is really unfortunate. I would have loved to throw in a gas barrage at this. Ooh. Thank you, Ion Storm, for being annoying as hell. God, this is the longest Ion Storm in history, I swear. Such a business should be forbidden. Well, so how do I word this? Live service games are like a theme park. That is so unfortunate. What the fuck? Live service games are like a theme park. You buy a ticket to the theme park, and the theme park may change the rides that are out on it, right? Because they will actively change them. I think Bungie's like probably the first like iteration I can think of that actually like full out removed rides and didn't replace those rides with stuff. Because usually most games when they do this, they, you know, replace them with an equal amount. But Bungie at that point was like very poorly managed in terms of like the future of the game. And yeah. I mean, it's like I spend money for DLC and then it disappears and nobody feels responsible for it. Well, they did, right? You kept all your guns and a lot of the content around it stayed, but not all the content, like the original campaign left. Were people playing that content? No. So the vast majority of content that went to the content vault was not being played, and it came back for free later, right? When they had a better, when they were better at optimizing the size of the expansions, if that makes sense. You didn't have to pay for that, though. It was free. So most Destiny players are okay with it now, but largely a lot of people left and they don't realize that it was added back for free later, or the content that they removed was not being played. So yeah. Is Destiny 1 still on? Yeah. You can still play it if you want to. I still get recommended from time to time a random Destiny 1 content creator that does like update videos on the weekly rotation of like vendors. It's quite funny. It's the same feeling when a full price game goes free to play. Yeah, kind of, yeah. Is this a YouTube playlist? This is from a viewer of mine. And I believe it is a YouTube playlist that he made it on. My quest list got wiped and cut my drive. Yeah. Yeah, it was a really weird transition. Like, that's why everybody says Bungie is very bad at curating a game over a long period of time. There's like highs and lows constantly at Bungie, right? Like, there's a joke in the Destiny community that every expansion that Bungie does is like on the verge of like causing the downfall of the studio, because they constantly put the game into a bad state that then needs them to like make it better with the next expansion. And if they don't, the game's probably going to die. So they're always putting themselves up against the wall because of how mismanaged it is. There's so many situations like that. It sounds like a fitting name. It is a very fitting name. I love Destiny because they don't respect the time investment. They have you spend time grinding a gun only to sunset it when you're not having fun with it. The problem with that is that every other game in the genre does that. Destiny players are very unique in the sense they have an emotional connection to a gun. If you go play an MMO, you know what I'm talking about. Every expansion, you get rid of all your shit and you get new shit. A lot of looter shooters, the same thing, right? You're constantly going for the next thing. And Bungie has a difficulty where they kind of need to keep giving you more things to go grind, but the player base doesn't want to let go of the things that they like, right? So it's like a very difficult position for them to be in, right? Because they're like kind of a looter shooter, kind of an MMO, but they're not allowed to do the things that they normally do in an MMO because people have like an emotional connection to the guns. Because like the best way to get you to go try new stuff is to make your old stuff not as good as the new stuff. But people don't like that. But then how do you make new stuff to go grind? It's very difficult, right? It's like, it's an oxymoron. It's not easy to solve. They've kind of solved it in some regard of like, they don't do sunsetting anymore. They do the opposite of that. You can use any weapon at any time now, but what they do is they just do power creep. They do aggressive amounts of power creep constantly in the game, but then that makes it really hard for them to develop the game because basically the players are getting exponentially more powerful. So you have to constantly rebalance the game around that new power creep. So it's very difficult to make like the hundreds of weapons and exotics all viable all at the same time because you're constantly pushing out something new for people to go chase. So the old stuff there's constantly accumulating more and more old stuff. So power creep is really hard to develop into a game. And that's kind of where like sunsetting was very good, was that you don't have to do rampant amounts of power creep. You just have to give them new gameplay. So I don't envy the devs and their job at Bungie. It's very difficult to to do that, especially when you have a game engine so old that you can't like add new gameplay mechanics constantly. So you're kind of left with a certain level.
Camaradas helldivers rabian contra la
But
tiranía del enemigo.
something that Bungie does do extremely good and nobody else does it is the raids and the like end game content with the dungeons. It's the only game that does like that level of FPS or even third person that does like a raid experience similar to like an MMO. Yeah, and it's very satisfying. Like the day one experiences for raids and dungeons like are some of my top video game moments I've ever had. Like they are extremely fun. And then preparing for those events too, very fun as well. So yeah. It's a problem with games like 5 years lifespan. I wonder if there's like a clever solution to this. I mean, Helldivers has a pretty clever solution because they're in similar boat, right? Like with like gun balance and like constantly adding new things to this game, right? If you don't add new gameplay mechanics, like it'll start to feel like you're just like getting a slightly better shotgun or this or that. But the way they are kind of solving it is by giving you like unique things and like theming also. That's how they explain it to me. And I can totally see it through the gameplay, right? They're constantly giving you new gameplay techniques to like mess around with, but also they're doing theming, which is very interesting, right? So you like play into a certain role that, you know, you're unintuitively playing differently because of that. Like you're not you're subconsciously playing a different way just because of the theming. I'm gonna play as a space cowboy. But it does have lots of loot, Troost. It does. This is the loot. You grind for this loot. You play with this loot. It's different but the same. Right? Now in Destiny, a lot of the grind is getting that loot and then playing with that loot. But in this game, there's almost no grind to get the loot for the most part, and it's mostly just playing with the loot. But it's making sure that it's like very different. Destiny kind of does the opposite, where like getting the new loot doesn't largely feel that different. Doesn't change the gameplay up too much often. So. Looks good, doesn't work. What? The armor? It largely works. I think there's just like a couple things wrong with it. It's just the advertised values are off, which they're fixing. It's already in the next patch. They've already told us that. But I mean, the important one, which is sidearm reload speed, is working, so it's not a big deal. Got the new orb on, and you were right, Maple. The new rifle feels amazing. Happy to hear it, man. Happy to hear it. It's fantastic.
Cápsulas gel preparadas. Iniciando propulsores orbitales.
It does. I mean, all the sidearms that I used had the faster reload speed.
Órbita sincronizada.
It's just like, I believe the recoil and the ready speed are not working properly. They're increasing the ready speed and stuff, but it's like not as fast as it should be. Round the world, around the world, around the world. That's why I'm really excited to see, because I think it's going to be an absolute dumpster fire, the way Bungie handles Marathon. Because Marathon is an extraction shooter. And the vast majority of extraction shooters have wipes, similar to ARPGs, where you play the game for a couple months, or like a month or so, and then 3 months later, an update comes out, wipes all your progress, and then you restart. And personally, I really like that. I don't have emotional attachment to my characters and stuff like that. And they're still there. They're in like internal realms and stuff like that. You can always play them, but the appeal is to restart and to optimize and play differently because there's a new elite mechanic. And that happens a lot in extraction shooters. I don't know how they're going to convince casual players to do that. Diablo had a really hard time doing it, Diablo 4, because there's a lot of people who had never played an ARPG before But that's how you continuously add content to an ARPG. So I'm super curious to know how the fuck they're going to handle that. Like, because, like, you know, I'm not trying to single out Donut, but, like, Donut, for instance, would absolutely hate a wiping system like an ARPG or even just an MMO or like a Tarkov, right? Because you lose all your progress every couple months. So if you think about it from a surface level, you're like, they don't respect my time in grinding. But the thing is that you're not supposed to respect it yourself. You're supposed it's the journey, not the destination in a game like that. That's the way I liken it to. It's the journey to get more powerful in an RPG, and then the wipe is like an opportunity for you to have a new journey. You know what I mean? Which I think is like really fun. I like that gameplay loop personally. But it's a lot different for someone who doesn't have as much playtime, right? Like if I played only like a couple hours a week of a game and then it wiped all my progress, I'd feel completely different. But that's where it's like different game, different strokes for different folks, you know? And that's where I felt like to some extent, like not every game is going to be for every player. I think we have to accept that, you know? I did a couple seasons of D4. It was an easier game to walk away from. Destiny was like more addicting, but the grind was like much harder in Destiny. It does take longer in Destiny, that's true. Absolutely. You ever try Escape for Tarkov? I have like 15, 20 hours in Escape for Tarkov. The way I describe Escape from Tarkov to me is it's a more realistic game than real life. Do you know what I mean? That's how I talk about it. It's not for me. I would rather play a different game. That's why I'm kind of excited for Marathon. That's why I liked Psycho Frontier. That's why I'm like looking forward to all these other extraction shooters because I love the genre, but I just don't want to play Tarkov. It's not for me. I'll leave it for other people. It's one of those games that's probably a bit complicated to start playing. I mean, complexity was not my problem. It was more like when you fire a weapon in that game, your arms turn to jello and like it's it's a very odd experience. You're constantly worrying about your thirst and hunger. Like the movement system is not my forte. Like there's a lot of like friction to the gameplay that like as a shooter fan I didn't like, because I guess I personally don't want a more realistic game than fucking Arma in that regard. like the way they do their momentum system, their recoil system, like the way you take damage, like I don't know. I've played some Squad and I've played some Arma, played DayZ, and it's funny because I find those games less quote-unquote realistic than Tarkov, and I enjoyed them more, right? Hi, Luna. I can't read chat when you're there. Here, let me put this down. Let me put this down, and then you can sit here so I can read chat. Come on. Yes, thank you, kitten. Thank you, kitten. I want a single-player Tarkov. Well, they have a PvE mode now. Cage is literally talking about it right now. Hell Let Loose games? I haven't played any Hell Let Loose. I have a friend that plays a lot of it on, though. Personally, I haven't put any time to it. There's the reason I missed? Yeah, sorry. Maple question regarding boosters. Heavy armor gives resistance to damage over time. Vitality gives damage resistance. How much damage does Dead Sprint deal if both reductions are applied? Not much at all. Dead sprint, I believe, is affected by heavy armor, though. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I'm pretty sure you do take less damage if you have heavy armor on with dead sprint. He's on the other side of the map. PvE Tarkov felt weird to me. I don't think PvE Tarkov is for like existing players. It's more like for new players who have never played Tarkov before. I bet it would feel so weird playing PvE Fuck off. PvE Tarkov. I should have just ran backwards. Gun is out. It's called the Halt. You constantly bang the reinforcement request when fighting for my life. Hey, no, Luna, don't do that. I can just take my shit. Look at us just like awkwardly staring at one another. Level 68. No, Luna. No, Luna. I'll just like awkwardly stand next to him until he gives it back. Don't worry, dude. In about a minute, I can give you my extras. Hi, Luna. Thank you for the kisses. Thank you for the kisses, Luna. Reinforcement should be automatic. I disagree. It's an integral reason why Helldivers doesn't feel like every other game. The more you remove resistance, the less it'll feel like a unique game. It may be looked at as a quality of life thing, right? Reinforcements automatically get called in, but more and more, the game will just feel like every other game on the market. Friction is what makes a video game feel unique. It's different levels and different areas of that friction. Because if there wasn't friction in a video game, it was just quality of life out of its mind, the game would just feel like a, you know, run from point A to point B. That's why I push back against some quality of life changes, because I think there is too much quality of life. You can ruin the feel of a game if you go too far.
Quedan 30 minutos de misión.
Objetivo localizado. Sur.
Enviando un águila.
Pidiendo centinela.
Hi, Luna.
Solicitando apoyo aéreo.
Hi, Luna. Oh, God.
Disparando descarga orbital.
That man about to be zapped? What?
Soltando paquetes. Reforzando.
What? How was I killed and he wasn't?
Soltando paquetes.
The fuck did I just watch?
Paquete adquirido.
Fuck this thing. Okay, so it's not supposed to target you if you're prone. For some fucking reason, it targeted me. And it didn't kill him, even though it tried to zap him like 3 times. What the ever-living fuck did I just watch? I am so confused. I get it, but sometimes teammates can be out for a while because you're too busy fighting a ton of bugs. But that's kind of like the skill of it, right? It's the team play, trying to fight while also getting that off, right? There's a skill to it, right? You're not going to be amazing at it at first, but you'll get better at it over time. Because it's actually a very easy stratagem to do in like about half a second or so, right? I mean, you don't see it. I mean, that's why they have the space bar, right? And that's why you have voice comms. That's why you can type in chat, right? Like, the game gives you lots of ways to warn your teammate. Do people look at the stratagem inputs? Oh, I do. I don't. I look at them as I input them. I'll remember the codes in my head slightly. But oh my god, I almost died. But for the most part, like, I don't remember them perfectly. Some people do. I don't. When are we getting new ship upgrades? I have no idea. They know we want them. That's all I know. But Cage is right. If you want to spend your samples on something, the DSS is a great way to spend them. An old boss bought a Steam Deck just for stratagem inputs. Fair enough. Cool. Is when you see that plays HUDless? That's crazy. I can't for the life of me understand how you figured out how to... I mean, it's just practice, right? If I put enough effort into it, I'm sure I could play HUDless, but that's a lot of effort to like memorize and, you know, learn your cooldowns off the top of your head. Like, you're gonna have to start doing internal timers in your brain. So it's just like repetition. He tattooed the strats. I mean, he could just have them on a piece of paper in front of him. You know, we don't know his gaming setup, but... Or, you might not know, but he might actually also be using a macro. You never know. Some people do that, right? Even though it is very much ruining the game for themselves. Some people do it. Not necessarily saying this person is doing that, I'm just saying, like, it's a possibility. But I don't know this person, so I have no idea. I forgot how to even do that. So when you're on your map, Like when you're on like mapping your ship, press the B button, I think by default. If you don't have it there, just look on the top right hand corner. I can sort of understand PvP, but why PvE? Resistance. Some people don't want to put the effort in to do a thing due to time investment, and they will skip ahead, right? It's like cheating on your homework, right? Some people don't see the benefit in like wanting to invest that time to get better at that skill. They'd rather have the payoff immediately, right? They don't want to put that in. Some people might just not like the task of doing stratagem codes, right? Hard to say, but yeah. They're not, a lot of times I don't think they're thinking that deeply about the task. I think they're thinking about it far more rudimentary as there's a task in front of me. I can either do it the inefficient way or the efficient way. They're thinking of it more binary, right? Because there's no doubt that the more efficient way to do stratagems is to use a macro, right? But you're kind of missing the point of why they have stratagem codes in the game, right? So typically a lot of cheaters in PvE games miss that point. They were thinking about games too literally and too much from like a great, like, sorry, from like a black or white perspective. It's the destination rather than the journey for these people, right? Whereas a lot of games tend to be the journey's the important part. Dyslexia keeps me from enjoying... I mean, I have dyslexia too. What do you mean dyslexia stops you from enjoying games without macros? What does a macro do to your dyslexia? I have dyslexia. It's sometimes hard to read the arrows, but it's not that hard. Sometimes I get left and right arrow confused. But then I just make a mistake and I'm like, all right. I'll just retype it. It's more just like me accepting I have a thing. I accepted a long time ago I have dyslexia, so you just kind of live with it, I guess. The stress before you get eaten by a bug is fun. Oh yeah, I love it. And by the 10th retype of death, I am done with the game. Well, that's why you get better with it, right? I was like that as well in my first 30 hours of the game. Everybody is, actually, to some extent, right? There's sometimes where I have 2,400 hours and I fuck up the input like 5 times in a row and I'm just like, brain, please! But it's like hilarious. Because it's like, even at 2,400 hours I can make a mistake, right? Just like, I will sometimes miss my shots and I don't get mad because I miss my shots. Just like, I miss my shots. I gotta pay attention. I did 100 hours before I got the macro mouse. I put in the effort to try. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, I don't think I could play this game without the stratagem codes. I'd feel hollow. Mashing the reinforcement button incorrectly while panicking. Yeah, exactly. Those moments are iconic to this game. Fucking up a stratagem code while something's trying to eat you is hilarious. Yeah, and then when you do get it like dead on, it's a fantastic feeling. It reminds me of like when I first started playing FPS games and I missed my shots a lot as a kid, and then like you know, the satisfaction of starting to hit those shots later, right? It's same thing. But I still get mad at myself when I miss a shot nowadays, right? It's like, man, pay attention, focus up, hit your shot. Or like I miss a parry in a game, right? Same kind of mechanics.
Pidiendo fortificaciones. Brecha de túnel de bichos.
I like to raise to faster reinforcements. My friend Godin does that shit. Even though he shouldn't be reinforcing the damn teammate because he's across the map from them, he does it. He just does it to like show off that he's faster. It's very funny to me. But he never does it with randos, he does it with friends. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Marcando ubicación. Señalizando ubicación.
it's like type racing and super Earth. Yeah, it kind of is.
Entregando carga.
Oh my god, I was worried I was gonna kill my teammate. It's so bad that I sometimes leave when that happens to me. I get the frustration. I do. I often try to use it as like a, yo, dude, don't do that kind of moment. You know what I mean? Like, I'll like, I'll either tell them or like type it or something like that. And then I'll like kill myself and I'll be like, okay, this person revive me. Like if I'm on the complete opposite side of the map and my weapons are on cooldown, yeah, I'm a little bit tilted, not gonna lie. But like if my stuff is off cooldown, I won't care. I'm just like, oh well, I guess I'm over here now. Let me call in my stuff, you know. And it's for one reason I kind of wish they would reduce the cooldown on weapons and backpacks and stuff like that. I don't think it's really necessary to be so high. I think it could be lower, honestly. Because it's not, I don't think it would be that overpowered if the cooldown on some of these weapons was, like, lower. Like, I guess I could see, like, some situations of, like, Quasar having, like, 5 Quasars that you swap between, but, like, even then, it's such a, like, freak thing that, like, it would help with the friction sometimes in, you know, that scenario. I think it's to stop weapon sharing, which the long cooldown does, but it doesn't have to be this long. I'm just saying they could reduce it by a minute or two, and I don't think it would stop the weapon sharing from being a thing. But honestly, would weapon sharing be that much of a problem? It would lead to more team play, right? Because I actually really like the strategies where people have developed where, like, they on purpose have, like, 4, you know, red stratagems, and they don't take any backpacks and spy, and then they, like, you know, they just try to get one off their teammates and they work with it, right? I really like that idea, and I think if you reduce the cooldown a little bit, that would actually happen more. Follow the chat. Strongly disagree. Friction is good. Friction is good. But there's a middle ground.
Patrulla enemiga. Con este.
I think there's a middle ground.
Solicitud de extracción confirmada.
I'm not saying reduce it to like 2 minutes or something like that. I'm just saying like you could reduce a little bit. Game needs more challenge, not less. Yeah, but it's like, how are you finding that challenge? I've been keeping stratagem cooldowns on support weapons long. Isn't gonna change how difficult the game feels. The game's difficulty comes from other directions, like our weapons being too powerful. Enemies not being lethal enough. Right? You know. I don't think fighting over like a stratagem for a support weapon that gets called in 2 times a game really matters. Especially when it means that there's going to be more gameplay diversity out of it. Because like, there's always going to be a negative with every decision that's made for a game. Well, I would argue there's a net positive out of it. More so than like just saying, well, then, because like with that logic, they should just make it a fucking 20-minute cooldown because of difficulty. Most people would agree that fun is greater than difficulty, but also for some people, difficulty is fun. So, what about expendable anti-tank? I wouldn't touch that one. I mean, I do think that expendable anti-tank is kind of falling behind other ATs at the moment, but like that's kind of a separate one. A shorter cooldown on your support weapon would not really affect gameplay as far as making it easier. It would just, it creates the opportunity for someone to play more uniquely, right? They bring all aggressive stratagems but no support weapon. But they're weaker for the first 5 minutes of the game because they didn't bring a support, right? But then it promotes team play, right? Because you're working alongside your teammate to get that, right? So exactly, Jay. So how does this affect the already skilled player? So what's your point about saying friction is good? Right? You just kind of like defeated your own argument with that. So what's the problem? If the experienced player is already, that wouldn't affect them at all and how difficult the game feels, why would changing it really do anything? Right? It's just an enjoyment thing, right? It's not like it actually directly makes the game a lot easier. It's just an edge case scenario where it would make it slightly easier. I like a hardcore mode, but you can do that self-inflicted, right? They're trying to make a game for like everyone, but if you require more, you could just self-inflict that on yourself, right? That's why people do Elden Ring challenges, right? Use the same thought process. Of course, I would like more just like dedicated challenge in this game, for sure, but you know, kneecapping every other player just so you can have a little bit more challenge is, I don't think, a good philosophy. Right? That's why I was talking about a net positive. So you're saying to benefit the lower skill players. I'm saying it benefits the majority of players, right? Even the most experienced, because it's less of a headache when it does happen to them. But also, it adds build diversity, more build diversity, because you're not as punished as long when you have that team play, right? So it will even add more gameplay potential for people to play differently. Instead of everybody on your team taking 2 blue stratagems, 2 red stratagems, which is very cliche, you're going to have a bunch of people maybe take red stratagems more often, or green stratagems, but then you share with your teammates more often because the cooldown is shorter. Because it's less punishing. You know what I mean? Obviously people do that already, but I'd like to see more people do it. It's fun. Do some laser. I feel like lasering some stuff. No, we'll keep the hull. Also, we need to take off the heavy armor. I keep forgetting, and it feels terrible. My wife says I'm already challenged. Nice. I'm all for it, but I'm not sure they'll do it. Well, I mean, they've done it indirectly already in the past with like ship upgrades. There already are ship upgrades that reduce the cooldown of our support weapons on base, right? So it's already in the game.
La historia recordará tus acciones de hoy.
Maybe I'll have a conversation with them. See if they're in on it. I'd like for them to at least try assisted reload without having to drop the backpack. I've talked to them at length about that. It's not that they don't want to, it's that they're working on other things. Right? Because in order to implement that, you would have to change the animations of all these different weapons and so on and so forth, right? They're very interested in it. It's just, you know, when will they have the time to want to do that, I guess. Who knows? Please, 380. Don't kill me. My mech is already fucked up by all the gas. Not surprising, Wasp, at all. Not surprising. I was kind of predicting that one. We had the Predator strain, like, right next to it. So to take the topic to the extreme, would you prefer just, like, spawning with all the stratagems already equipped, or, like, 0 cooldowns? What? Wait, what? Can I say neither? Is neither a possibility? Yeah, I mean, of course, Jay. Nowhere in this conversation did I want them to reduce the cooldown of stratagems, like the support stratagems, like for your weapons, down to like nothing. I was just saying reduce like a minute off the time because it's 600 seconds at the moment, or whatever. What is it? I don't remember. Or is it? It's 6 minutes, 7 minutes, whatever it is at base. So I was just like, you could bring it down to 5. It's like. I guess I'm just confused with where this conversation is now going. Why are we going to such an extreme? It's just an extreme perspective on it for understanding. Sometimes you have to go to radical. I guess. Yeah, no, I was just saying, like, reduce it by like a minute or something like that. No, I do not want them to reduce the cooldown on stratagems to nothing, or automatically equip them for you. No, I'll pass on that. We just need more things like Predator Strain, essentially, in the game. Scary enemies, you know, highly deadly. Going to fuck you up if you misplay. Punishing at times. Maybe not all the time, but at times.
Quedan 10 minutos de sesión.
Sentries sticking and not bouncing would be nice. Yeah. That would definitely be nice. I get why they do it to some extent, to keep them balanced, but at this stage in the game, I think it would just be nice to have them just be more predictable. They're very unpredictable on where they'll bounce and where they won't. If you fix the AT with just the cooldown, how much would you reduce it by? What's it currently at? I think it's at like 70 something seconds at base. I'd probably bring it down to maybe a minute.
Reacción confirmada. Lanzadera aproximadamente.
Or I'd up the damage to like recoilless levels. But I think decreasing it, you know, down to a minute or something like that. 77, yeah. I'd probably like, you know, get it closer to a minute. Maybe it doesn't have to be at a minute, but like I decrease it again. I think the AT gets kind of shit on. It's the same also with the commando. Not that many people end up using the commando, and I'd like to see more people want to use it, me included. Some people have also suggested being able to like hold more than one expendable at a time, but then that creates an awkward situation of like, do you allow more than one commando to be held at a time? Because that's kind of the point between the two of them. But the EAT is pretty good. It can be pretty good. Now, I do think the EAT would immediately get used more if it stopped bouncing so much off of like chargers and things like that. Like if strategy balls in general were just stickier and didn't have such an awkward mechanic to get them to stick to things, I feel like EATs would be picked so much more. Because it would essentially be like a free kill. Not sure why anyone would pick the commando. Ease of use, because you can point and shoot it. And you hold 4 rockets, which is the equivalent of 2 EATs on your back. Right? It'd be like holding 2 ATs. That's why the commando exists. Also, it's like BIS on Illuminate, because it one taps a tripod leg. Whereas the commando also, EATs also do it, but you have 4 individual rockets. You can kill 4 tripods like that. So it's a very efficient way to kill a tripod. I don't think I've used the WASP since it was free when it first came out. It's kind of hard to use unless you get like the right variant. It's still really good to use on the Illuminate though. And I think people kind of sleep on it on bots. It's really good when you have like a Devastator Swarm variant. So you just have tons of Devastators everywhere. One tapping them all is very satisfying. It's not particularly good against Hulks, obviously, or Rocket Striders, but... What's the blue armor? It's pre-order bonus. Now I'm going to try the commando on Illuminate then. I have to muster up the courage to play Illuminate though. Yeah. Yeah. Astrology Ball is a piece of equipment, such as like some that stick, some that fly further. Oh, like you can modify your strategy balls? Maybe. Yeah, I can see that. Kind of personalization of that. Fair enough. What's the best all-around armor? I argue that there's like 2 best all-around perks in the game. And then outside of that are more niche situations where you may prefer an armor perk. I go into great depth in my my armor video on YouTube, but like a general synopsis is like I think the 2 best perks by far, and you can use them in any situation in the game, and they perform extremely well, is Trench Paramedic, like the med kit. Any faction, any situation, right? Like it's just fantastic perk. It just works extremely well in every situation. Like it's hard not to get value out of the medic perk. It's extra mobility, it's extra healing, survivability, reduces the amount of deaths you'll have in a game. Like it's just so good. All situations. Second one would be Street Scout. You're going to be using your primary weapon a lot, and the fact that it buffs your primary weapon so much, and it affects your secondary weapon, and it affects your support weapon if you don't have a backpack for that weapon, like if you're not using like autocannon, extremely good stratagem, right? Or armor. Very, 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 very strong. Outside of that, it's more like niche scenarios that you're like kind of going for. Like you're trying to like, you know, be super stealthy and avoid combat, or you're trying to use more grenades on respawn. But fun caveat for the grenade one, the grenade armor is actually only good if you die a lot, because it doesn't give you more grenades on resupply. It just means you can hold more. So it's actually less effective than you think it is. It's not actually as strong as you think it is. It's more just like you hold more maximum. And if you die a lot, you can get a lot out of that. But like I would argue that if you want to go for this kind of build, just bring a supply backpack. But anyways. Yeah, like it's often just like very like niche stuff. Like some people really like the light gunner because they want a little bit more tankiness, but the same amount of movement speed. Fair enough, but largely doesn't actually save you that often. You having more stims will equal out to be much better. Trust me. Like it's like maybe a 1-hit difference on some enemies. If an enemy hits you in the head, it will make no difference going to medium. And extra padding will largely feel like kind of like a half perk. Do the field grenade pickups give 4 or full? They should give full if you can find them. So that's like a nice little thing that like you can definitely try searching them out. Do you like Gundams? No. Obviously, peak physique is very good if you're trying to do a melee build, or you know you have a weapon that is very bad handling. But once again, niche, right? You need to be in that perspective. You need to be in that situation. The extra throwing distance, we talked about this one early today. It can be very good because like the extra health, limb health is very useful. It essentially gives you EHP and your limbs will break less often. So less situations of, you know, needing to immediately stim because, you know, you broke a leg or something like that, which is nice. And then the throwing range is very useful, right? But the thing is that once you start using the servo assisted, you kind of feel like you need to keep using it because it's very hard to swap back and forth on the servo assisted, because you'll get a kind of like a visual muscle memory for how far a stratagem will land from you if you do a sprint and a dive and a throw. That once you start using this, it changes that whole dynamic and it can be very hard to swap back and forth. So personally, I don't mind just like running forward 10 meters and throwing and then running backwards. But some people like really appreciate being able to throw like 60 plus meters, right? I do love the light gunner on bugs. Fair enough. I just find myself bringing light medic and then I'll just like stim before something even hits me, right? I just don't find myself surviving things with light gunner that I can't already just survive with trench medic. Or just going for medium, gaining a health decrease, or sorry, a mobility decrease, but gaining the 2 stims regardless. So I'm even more tanky. I've always wanted extra padding to have something else. I even suggested the other day to the devs. I'm like, hey, can you guys give like extra padding something like, you know, ragdoll damage resistance, you know, when you're ragdolled, when you hit the ground or something like that, or, you know, get ragdolled into a wall and smack it at high velocity, you take less damage. Like, I'd love that. I'd absolutely love that. I think that'd be sick. Protection from fall damage. I mean, it kind of is protection from fall damage, right? To catapult you across the map? No, I was more thinking just those annoying situations where a rocket strider doesn't kill you with their rocket, maybe even does small amounts of damage, but then you go flying horizontally into a wall and get one shot. I was more thinking that. Fortified should have that. I think Fortified's fine the way it is. I honestly think Fortified is a fine perk. It's quite strong. And then the unflinching perk should have like projectile damage resistance. Because the objective of this armor is to get shot or to not be affected when you get shot. So I've always thought that this armor should have like some amount of like damage resistance tied to like just projectile damage, like the impact of a projectile. So it kind of leans into the unflinching. But I don't know. We'll see. Anyways. Unflinching and extra padding should be combined. No, I think they should be totally different. I think they are two totally different playstyles. You take extra padding for mobility reasons while increasing your tankiness, and you take unflinching so you're able to stand in front of fire and take it, right? And return fire, right? Extra padding is not that. It's very different, like, fantasy you're going for, right? There's extra padding as well. Extra padding heavy is to take more damage. Well, it's to be tankier at the same speed, right? That's the point of it. Same thing as before. Not unflinching. Not the same as flinching. So. Extra padding made sense because it's like your padded armor, right? You should take less ragdoll damage. Unflinching, you know, is apparently someone who can take a bullet. It could be easily two different things. Provide two different benefits. I think just making them one thing is kind of boring. Did T1 fall through the map? No, he's just what's it called? A corpse diver. It's the bug. Meatball mode. Yeah. Apparently, there's a fix that they're testing right now, so fingers crossed it goes through. And it also fixes the enemies also doing it. So, Motorboat, thank you for the sub. What up? Thank you for the support. Thanks for helping out the channel. Appreciate you very much. If you're enjoying the stream. Kind of want to get that. I want to get it. Did I get it? Oh, I think he got it for me. Nice. Are you taking the air burst for the memes, or does it actually, like, application of Predator Strain? It's just something different to take, honestly. If I'm being completely honest with you, it's just something different to take. Keep the game interesting for myself. It's, like, not terrible on Predator Strain, because they are... Predator Strain is pretty, you know, resistant, or not resistant to, like, explosive damage. So, like, you can kill a lot of Predators with it. But... you know, you gotta make sure you use it in cluster mode, because oh my god. Is it easy to kill yourself in flak mode? Let's not die out of that DSS. Make sure everything's dead around me. Oh god. I always forget about the tentacles that could kill me. 1 through 2. Oh no, he hasn't done yet. Why are you not putting your head in the ground, brother? It's really cringe. DSS has a cooldown for mechs. It's a big difference. It goes from a 10-minute base cooldown to, what was it? It's 35% decrease, so it would be, I think with all the upgrades also on your ship, it's like a 6-minute something, right? 6 minute 9 seconds or something like that. It's a big difference. It basically means you can use your... oh, shit. Oh, fuck. You really gotta... oh, God. What are you doing next to me? Get away from me. Can mech autocannons be altered? What do you mean? What do you... idea of, like, Juggernaut armor as a stratagem? Saw YouTube short. Super salute. Oh, yeah. I mean, the Call of Duty Juggernaut walking around with a minigun. That'd be cool. Be a cool stratagem if they could, like, you know, as it takes damage, it has, like, a durability, and then it might, like, you have to take it off. Cool. Yeah, the 35% decrease was very noticeable. Like, especially with, like, the being able to have 3 uses on top of that is just... like, mechs were already in a very good spot, in my opinion. Well, at least the Emancipator mech was. But this is, like... if you're on a DSS planet, the mech all of a sudden on bugs becomes, like, a... I would argue, like, an S-tier stratagem. The Emancipator mech, that is. I think the Patriot exosuit is lagging behind mostly because it lacks the same amount of like AT potential. Ooh. Want to make an armor set. Buffs mechs. Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. Mechs and turrets getting some kind of like piloting thing, or just like something that buffs vehicles in general. Some way, like better handling or something along those lines.
Puesto de avanzada despejado.
Bile Titan, eh? Spit, please. Thank you. Hopefully the second one didn't bounce. I think they both are on top. Why are you turning, bro? Jesus, what is that movement, dog?
Surprise, motherfucker.
Bullet Willy! Yo! I don't want to throw the third. But I might just do it. No. Oh my god, I was just queuing it up. Fuck! As he died, I was like, alright, fuck, he's not dying. Unfortunate. Spanish issue 2 is terrible. Damn. Tell me you hate the Spanish without telling me you hate the Spanish. Holy shit. You on the hull now? Yeah, we're messing around with the hull. I am out of ammo though. Thank you, DSS. Perfect loadout. 10, cookout, grenade pistol, thermite. Quasar supply backpack. Quasar and supply backpack? Interesting. An oddity, but a cool one, regardless. I would say instead of the supply backpack, I'd personally bring like, especially if you're, you know, having trouble against spewers, bring like the ballistic guard dog. Ballistic guard dog would make up for that. And then you also don't need the ammo from the thing nearly as much, right? Are stun weapons the go-to for pred bugs? Anything that has stagger or stun is incredibly good versus pred bugs. Absolutely. Absolutely. Sky chill. Oh, I got one stick. Ah, oh, it bounced. Fuck! Well, I got on his leg, I guess. I'll just call him the mech. Oh, you got him anyways. It's fun. Alright. Does he have enough? Yeah, he does. I usually burn through my cookout pretty quick. That's where the ballistic guard dog will save you. You will not need to shoot nearly as much if you have the ballistic guard dog. Because the ballistic guard dog is extremely good at killing shit for you. How do you ignore samples? I mean, I've capped and everybody else is so high that, like, I don't need to pick up samples. Yeah, give it a try, Awesome. I think you'll like it. And it will help you against those annoying spewers. Because the Ballistic Guard Dog does aim for their head, which means that you'll get a really fat... Oh god, that was so close. Let's back the fuck up. Oh god, my poor teammate. I'm like scared, terrified. But democracy. I mean, if there was a low-level player, Jay, I'm picking up samples. Even if they don't ask me to, I'm probably gonna pick up samples for them and help them out. Beautiful. Oh, he's a ghost diver. Hopefully I don't step on him by accident.
La libertad vuelve a triunfar sobre la tiranía. La lanzadera de extracción espera su solicitud.
Oh yeah, it makes clearing nests ridiculously easy with the Emancipator mech. The other mech, not so much. This is my favorite thing about the mechs. My mobility scooter. It's just so easy. I love that Maple is essentially a dog whistle for Canada. It really isn't. You'd be surprised how many places are named Maple in America. There's so many. People also think of me as American a lot of the time. I used to live on this street named Maple something. I swear. Are you from there? It's like, oh, dude. There's just like 100,000 different streets in the US and Canada named Maple something. Are you still chasing me? Dude, I've been hearing this guy behind me the entire time. Vermont? Oh, that's cool. You look fast and normal. They had a sprint? No, it's FOV. The town I live in has been liberated by Canada in World War II. Oh yeah? Your thoughts on the Last of Us Season 2 episode? Oh, it was pretty good. I mean, good setup. I like Abby so far. The acting for Abby was quite strong. We'll see how it progresses and how they change things. I thought that was a better way of telling the story about Abby than the way they did it in the game. In my opinion. I can't recall why Ellie is so mad. I could tell you, but it's kind of like spoiler territory. I don't know, like if I should. Yeah, I think her casting's good. Yeah, I think Abby's casting is really good. I'm really happy with it so far. Like I could tell you why she's so mad, but like I don't know. Shut like. All right, everybody, plug your ears if you don't want Last of Us story spoilers. I'm gonna talk for like 30 seconds. I'll do a thumbs up at the camera when I'm done, alright? So basically, Ellie's kind of pissed with Joel because Joel's obviously hiding the stuff with the Fireflies and the fact that, you know, he kind of killed all of the Fireflies and he won't tell her anything about it. She suspects it, right? And she knows that Joel's hiding something, right? Joel's also being extremely overprotective. So as any teenager, they get very, like, you know, standoffish and they hate that shit, right? So she's getting, like, she's in her teenage phase where she's like, stop babying me, right? So it's a mixture of the two, right? So typical kind of teenager slash, like, the events of the first season slash game are, like, still having the ramifications, right? Cool. But yeah, I think the first season is of our, or like, episode is good. I love how they introduced Abby, and I feel like it's going to make a lot of sense for people who have not played the games and just watched the first season and immediately went to the second season. Like, I think it'll make so much more sense because I feel like a lot of people, like, they played the first game and I feel like they didn't understand the impact of what Joel did, maybe, and how that would impact other people. So there was very little sympathy for, like, other characters other than Joel. And also they're taking things slow with this first episode, right? We might not get the crazy episode until, like, the second or third episode. We'll see, though. We'll see.
Coordenadas de misión fijadas.
Have you watched The Blacklist? I've watched, like, little bits of it. Not a ton. I've watched some of it.
Iniciando propulsores orbitales.
The first game ended perfectly. Didn't need a sequel. It didn't need it, but I don't mind that it got a sequel at all. The ramifications of Joel's actions, I think, are, you know, something that should be told, and, like, where Ellie goes and what Ellie does. I just more have a problem with how they told the story of the second game rather than the story of the second game, if that makes sense. I like the story, but it's just, like, how it's told in the second game. I didn't particularly like. I felt like it was missing something. Pacing was off, and, you know, they tried very hard to make me like and care about Abby, but I just didn't, you know. Like, they tried so hard to make me like Abby, and I just didn't. And I think that really affected my, like, opinion on, like, how I enjoyed the game, because it felt so forced. But I think the way they're doing it for the TV show is better so far. I'd be interested to see, like, what my parents think of the TV series when it's all done, right? Because they obviously never played the games, so they don't have any bias either way.
Solicitando mochila táctica. Teniendo un armamento avanzado.
I'm hoping the ending is just better told and paced better. Because I just, yeah. Like, I remember being in that final scene in Last of Us 2. I won't spoil it, but just being like, this is fucking stupid. I don't feel anything. This is just annoying. I just didn't like it. You know, I just, like, I remember, like, pausing the game and just being like, what the fuck am I looking at, dude? I'm just hoping for a better setup, basically. Like, I want to hit the end of the game, or the end of Season 2, and not be like, I hate everything I'm watching. Like, you're obviously not supposed to enjoy certain parts of Last of Us 2, right? You're supposed to, like, be like, oh, what the fuck? There were 4 times where the second game you thought it was an end, but it just kept going. Yeah, I agree. I also agree. So, we'll see. First episode, good. That's what I'd say. I wouldn't give it like 10 out of 10 or anything like that, but 8 out of 10? Somewhere in that range. Like, it was good. I was happy. It was good. I think the acting's good. I like how they're setting up the story. I think it was a little bit weirdly paced with, like... I won't spoil anything, but yeah. I'll just say the grocery store scene just seemed weird. I don't know. It seemed illogical at times. But, I mean, I guess they're kids and is he gonna die? Whoop. You know what would make the TV show better and actually good? Annie's about to give us her hot take on Ellie. Go ahead, Annie. Tell us. What do you think of Ellie? From Borderlands 2. Yeah, no spoilers. Annie's just gonna... Annie does not like the actress who is playing Ellie. She is very, very, very outspoken about that. But I think to some extent it's a pretty popular. Like I also like I think she's doing a good job, but like at the end of the day she's not as likable as Ellie to some extent. Like Ellie was annoying in the games, but she was still likable while doing it to some extent. Whereas Ellie in the TV show is like unlikable when she's being a teenager or a child. You know what I mean? To some extent it's like a cuteness angle, but to some extent it's like a how they wrote and portray her like lashing out and being a kid. You know? So the age of Ellie in the game was big. It's true. You are completely right. Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. What up, Revo? Classic Revo take on Annie. Fallout was good? Yeah, I'm looking forward to the next season of Fallout. I was very impressed by the Fallout TV series. I thought it would be bad. It was quite good. I thought it would be too joke heavy or like not take itself seriously. I was worried that it would just not take itself seriously all the way through Fallout. I was like, okay, is it going to be fucking like stupid? Are they just going to be cracking like Vault Tech jokes the entire time? Right? But there was a lot of like dark undertones, which is good. That's what I want from a Fallout series. It's supposed to be somewhat goofy, right? And outlandish at times, but you know, it was still serious at times. Wait, Borderlands or Fallout Ellie? I made a joke about Borderlands Ellie. We were talking about Last of Us Ellie. I made a joke about Borderlands Ellie. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm being confusing. My bad, dude. I apologize, Derp. I apologize. Please forgive my incidents. I was confused as fuck, dude. My bad. So what'd you say about GTA 6? I'm excited to play it. I feel like we don't know that much still about it. I'm assuming we're gonna know more sometime this summer, but yeah. Switching topic 10 times a minute. That's just being a streamer. ADHD brain, you know? Annie's fault? Nah, it's not Annie's fault. It was my fault. My fault. You feel like a delay is gonna hit? I don't think so. I don't know. But we'll see. Not easy to follow comfort while lurking. I get it. I get it. I do it all the time. I have like a YouTube video on in the background or something like that, and then I get distracted by something and I come back. I'm like, wait, what are they talking about? I think it's going to be very late 2025. It's probably going to be like November would be my guess. But we'll see. We shall see. All right, chat. I'll be right back. I'm going to go to the washroom. I'll be like 2 minutes. Quick washroom. We're back. Washroom. Yes, I will wash my hands. I always do. We're back. Yeah, Bach. Speaking of Pedro Pascal, full trailer for Fantastic Four came out. Is he in Fantastic Four? Dude, he's just everywhere. No way, really? He's Mr. Fantastic? I'll be honest, I didn't expect that. But I guess to some extent he kind of has the look. I had no idea he got cast as that. That's crazy. New Fantastic Four is lame, really? I remember liking the one they did like some years ago.
Helldivers a las cápsulas G. Repito. Helldivers a las cápsulas G.
I just think it's hilarious that I went from like not knowing who Pedro Pascal was to like I swear he's in everything. He's in every movie. He's in every TV show almost. Like he's everywhere. Literally everywhere. His people, his agency is like insanely good. He is literally everywhere. Don't forget samples. Oh yeah, we do have a low level. What was like the first thing I probably saw him in? I'm trying to think of that. Like, what was the first thing I saw Pedro in? Because I remember him showing up in Mandalorian. I'm like, I know him. Narcos. It was Narcos. Yeah. Yeah, it was Narcos, actually. I think Narcos was the first thing I know him in. He was in Game of Thrones? Kingsman? I don't remember him in Kingsman. But I also don't remember that movie really at all. I don't remember him. What did he play as Kings in Game of Thrones? I don't remember. Oh my god, that's Pedro? I just remembered his fucking character. Oh my god, I forgot that was Pedro. Wait, I kind of thought that was a different actor. Oh my god, yeah, he fought the Mountain. In the duel for, what's his face? The dwarf. Oh my god, I forgot about that. And he got his fucking head crushed. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, no, I remember that. Oh, dude, for some reason I didn't think that was Pedro. Why not? Dude, for some reason I don't think of that as Pedro. That's so weird. That's so weird. Why don't I think of him? That's kind of bothering me now. Like, yeah, that would be the first place I saw him then. I don't think I saw him elsewhere. True. Thanks, chat. Surprised that guy survived that. He had shorter hair. He had shorter hair, but also he played a very unique character that Pedro doesn't normally... Like, he plays a very stoic character a lot of the time nowadays. Like, stoic, like, tough man. With, like, a hard-to-crack exterior. But, like, in Game of Thrones, he played, like a suave kind of, like, you know, lover. Like, he's... I don't know, squashbuckler, you know what I mean? Like, it's a little bit flamboyant. So it's like a very different, I just didn't think about him. Like, And then I immediately see him as Narcos. And Narcos is like more his style, right? This is a lot of stalkers, man. Holy shit. Hello? There we go. Good day, people. I'm off. Have a good one to get drunk. Ooh. Manchester United to attempt to play football. Ah, British humor. Have a good one, dude. Much love. Thanks for hanging out, as always. Dude, that's so funny. I didn't even think of him in Game of Thrones. I gotta rewatch Game of Thrones season. Like, from season 1. You know what I mean? Especially with, like, House of Dragons coming back. I actually really like House of Dragons. I don't know if anyone else likes it here, but I've been really enjoying House of Dragons. And I feel like I really want to watch through Game of Thrones again. Don't watch the last season. I'm gonna punish myself and watch it just to remember, you know? First season was better, second was lacking. They were setting up for a lot of stuff, right? Like, it's the filler season to set up the narrative for a third, right? Like, it is what it is.
Objetivo localizado. Da igual. Objetivo localizado.
Been watching from the start because my missus never watched the full thing. A Game of Thrones, kind of painful. Yeah, because you already kind of know what's going on. And then to watch your wife probably not know what's going on. You know? Not prepared for certain scenes. I would say the first 5 seasons. I enjoyed up to season 5 of Game of Thrones. Or is it the 5th season that no, it's the 6th season that everything goes pear-shaped, right? And it's the end of 6th season. Because I think there is some parts, right? Fuck, now I can't remember. There's 6 seasons of Game of Thrones, right? Season 5 starts going away from the books. Yeah, which I don't mind. Personally, I didn't read the book, so it doesn't bother me. There's 8? I don't remember there being 8 seasons of Game of Thrones. It's been that long since I watched it, dude. There's fucking 8? Bro. I don't remember that. That's funny. Yeah, I didn't read the books, so all I know is the TVs. My sister read all the books, and she kind of told me what was there and what wasn't. I don't remember too well, but that's funny. I haven't watched it in so long. I've only watched through the season once before, but I feel like I need to rewatch. Ah, I missed the first. That's funny, dude. Yeah, I remember enjoying Game of Thrones up until season 8, midway through season 8. Obviously, season 8 wasn't all that good, but like, I remember still enjoying myself. It was like near the middle of season 8, I was like, what's happening here? This feels like everything feels so rushed. Like, it's like you're trying to skip through a book. Like, slow down. What's the rush? And then obviously the end of season 8 was like, oh, okay. And obviously now we know why it was in such a rush. They wanted to move on from the project, and they wouldn't just leave it for someone else. Thank you, Warpath, for giving that sub to Electrical. Appreciate tier 1. Thank you for the support. It's very kind. Yeah. I mean, it was just selfish, right? They should have been more than fine to just like, hey, we're going to give this project to someone else and we're going to move on. It was just selfish, right? That should have been something they negotiated for. If they really didn't want to continue, they should have found some way to do that. Swap? Oh no, good. Yeah, that was painful to watch, Kungurun. That fight, that was pretty painful. This is kind of scary. Oh my! Aw, I didn't see that guy coming. Nah, actually, we're still alive. Give them results in the first place that Bella Ramsey Ellie is in anything. Yep. Yeah, I mean, she did a good job as that character. She played in that, right? Cracks me up is they rushed because they wanted like Star Wars project from Disney and they botched Game of Thrones, convinced Disney to drop the product. Yeah, I know, right? The irony. The sweet, sweet irony. Come on, let me over. Great, now I'm depressed. Just go watch season 1 of Game of Thrones. Make you feel better. Does anyone know if I buy bids on Twitch, I have all of them in my wallet. Can I do the same for gifted subs, or do I have to like spend them directly? So the way it works is that like you can like you just when you buy bits on Twitch, they just kind of sit there in a pocket, right? You don't have to spend them. You can spend them in like 2 years if you want. The way subs work is that you're like buying them at that moment, and they go on sale, right? There's like I think it was like end of last month they did like a sale where like if you bought 5 gifted, they're like 30% off or something like that. But yeah. How's the Game of Thrones game going? Is it any good? It looked too much like a mobile game to me, so I'm not touching it probably, but... Is it alright? Is anyone here playing it? You do like it? That's good. Is it like, it's like full release now, right? Or is it like some kind of early access thing? They had to fix some bugs. Was that okay? That's good. They fixed some bugs. It's good to hear. Evil's too good for mobile games. Some people are into them, some people aren't. I'm not a mobile gamer. I have nothing against them. They're just not for me. You either win or die when you play the Game of Thrones. True.
Enviando un águila. Solicitando un bípedo. Solicitando refuerzos.
Solicitud aprobada. Refuerzos en camino.
Bro, how's that not going in? Oh, fuck off. Why again? Why again? Well, that actually kind of saved me, so it's fine. Never mind, I forgive you, Eagle. Eagle 1, I forgive you. I don't forgive you anymore. Fuck! Eagle never misses. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It's in early access, but it feels like more serious to like release games. Not fully done yet, but they need money. It happens. I get it. It happens. I do get it. Sometimes games just need to release even though they're early. It happens. Thanks, buddy.
Solicitud aprobada. Refuerzos en camino.
Early access is not saying anything anymore, if you ask me. It does, but yeah, it's muddied. It's very muddied. It's hard to know what early access really means until you actually play the game. Like, I totally agree. Like, it's super weird. Early access can mean, like, 5 different things. It could mean, hey, it's a game that is not complete, and you can shape the, you know, the path the game takes. Or it can mean, hey, the game is in a completely unplayable state. It's fucked, and we're looking to get funding for more. You know? Jump ship beta today? Oh, I never got an email about that. That sucks. It's not that I mean you could just like sign up for it, right? I think you had to like get access, right? I never got an email about it. What the fuck was that? Jesus Christ. Yeah. That sucks. I kind of wanted to get access to Jump Ship and try it out.
Solicitud aprobada. Refuerzos en camino.
Shigen backpack is a must with Eagle Storm. It does help a lot. If you hate dying to Eagle Storm, shield backpack, explosive resistant armor, you will probably stop dying to it altogether. Like, for like bugs, you bring like the light explosive resistance shield backpack. You're gonna survive the vast majority, even like right on top of you. For sure, for sure. Like, you'll still die to it occasionally, but like you'll survive so much more. Yeah, for sure. How about Star Citizen? I'm excited for the single player Star Citizen. The multiplayer still is It's essentially a glorified tech demo to me still. It's not even early access. It's like a... It's just a tech demo.
Progreso de la misión registrado.
But I'm excited for the single player. I'm hoping the single player is good. It looks good. It seems like they put a lot of effort into it, so... Squadron 42, right? Yeah. Excited to see how that turns out. Took too long. That's what happens when feature creep is a thing, right? They kept having another thing they wanted to add, and then another thing, and then another thing, and then now they're $900 million in, and or 800, whatever it is. You know, it's hard to not see them as a developer who sees it as a better money-making opportunity to just constantly have the game in development than to actually release the game. It's hard for me not to view the game like that, right? It's like they don't have incentive to release the game, so there's no deadline. And because there's no deadline, they just... you know what I mean? Just push it out. So... Happy Head Popper. Interesting name. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. Welcome. Appreciate the prime. Welcome. Got a song? Yeah, it's super good. Cookie. So. PR hero. I will try my best. Don't get me wrong though about Star Citizen. It's very impressive what they're trying to do. And they're ambitious as fuck. And they keep, you know, adding very impressive tech to their game. My issue is that to some extent, as much as we hate publishers from time to time, at least publishers put a fire under developers' asses to at least, like, you know, have boundaries on what they can and can't make. Give them some sort of, you know, because, like, even GTA 6, right? They've had, like, a crazy amount of time, but I'm sure 2K to some extent, you know, kept them, you know, from constantly doing a Star Citizen, right? I think the thing that I worry about with Star Citizen is that we're gonna spend all this time, you know, waiting, but then a game will just come and, like, kind of steal the idea, more or less, I guess. And not waste as much time doing the whole, like, well, buy this ship that we spent a crazy amount of time developing, but we can sell it for $30,000, you know? You know, a game engine comes along that just kind of does what Star Citizen has been trying to develop for 10 years, and they can do it in, like, a fraction of the time, right? Because to some extent it's taking so long because they're developing technology as they go, right? Because what they wanted wasn't built yet, so they had to build it, which takes a lot of time. And then while they're building it, they need to make sure it fits into the puzzle piece of their current game, which is why the game's always so broken when you go to try and play it. No. They're in a difficult position there. But at least single player looks good. I look forward to playing it. And the single player, hopefully, will not have server issues. Every time I try to play Star Citizen, there's always some kind of server issue. Every time, man. Get disconnected. We die during hyperspace jump. We get disconnected from this. Like, there's always something wrong. Every time I try to play. Now, I haven't tried to play it in the last year, but I've been told it's largely the same. Something in my eye.
Enviando un águila. Se ha cumplido la voluntad de la libertad. Extracción a discreción.
Kaboom. It's a Chris Roberts special. All you need, just dodge the bugs. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. 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 Yo, when's that update for V Rising again? Please tell me it wasn't the like very end of this month. What's it said here? I think that's the wrong direction. You want to go down? Do you want to go down or up for this? I think it's up. Never mind. Shit. April 28th. So if my hunch is right about the update for if my hunch is right about the update for Helldivers, I probably won't be playing much V Rising on stream. That sucks. Unfortunate. I just kind of thought about that. Because I was like, oh man, I'm excited to play V Rising later this month. But then also, V Rising coming out literally the day before we get the HG2 patch. Maybe. I guess there's still hope that maybe it's timed differently. Because man, do I love my yearly V Rising update. They're always so fun. Dude, I got some fuck in my eye. My eye is absolutely watering.
They just hunted down B2 and clapped them up.
What the fuck? Oh, nice. Any more samples?
Extracción disponible.
For the homie.
Solicitando un arma de apoyo. Mochila táctica en camino.
I don't know why we're not calling it in. Is he gonna do it? Do I need to do it? Are we just having fun? It's like hiding aside from me. I hope the big update comes around my birthday. I'm guessing around the 29th. That's my current guess. Got a doll for dinner. Sounds good. Have a good one, Master Cat. You have a fantastic evening. You have a fantastic one. Much love.
Lanzadera de extracción aproximándose. Tiempo estimado menos 1 minuto y 30.
Brandon, please. Thank you.
Tiempo estimado menos 1 minuto.
Brr. I keep dying to those things, man.
Tiempo estimado menos 30. Tiempo estimado menos 20 segundos.
It's actually like the perfect distance so I can do the air burst or the mortar strat.
Tiempo estimado menos 10 segundos. Despejad la zona de aterrizaje.
Wait, now they spawn so much farther away. What the hell? Oh my god. I almost shot that guy's shield. What? Nice.
Brr. Yeah, what the fuck? Bro, like 4 times, bro.
Largo ascenso a la libertad.
GG's, homies. GG's. All right, chat. I think I'm gonna call it there. Yo, Diptail, I'm sorry. Gonna call it there. It's been a fantastic stream. We'll be back on tomorrow for more Helldivers 2. It seems like I kind of missed something. There's a challenge going on. I don't know how public it is. I'm not sure. Not sure. I'll get some clarification on that. Much love, everybody. Maybe some interesting stuff happening tomorrow. We'll catch you guys tomorrow for some more Helldivers 2. Same place, same time, 3 a.m. EST. Let's go ahead and find someone to host. Let's see if I know anyone live. If not, we'll just call it there. Let's see here. Let me check. Cloud's live. Let's give Cloud.
I love that. That's hilarious.
Let's show Cloud some love.
Hurry up.
Cloud is a fellow propaganda commander. He's great. Awesome dude. So show him some love over on Twitch and on YouTube. We're going to host them on both platforms. Let me just figure out where it is on YouTube. I always forget. Where is it? Ah, shit. Redirect ad. Channels. Plays. Perfect. All right, chat. Much love. Thank you for watching. Go say hey to Cloud for me. Peace.